Chapter 86. The material in the hands of Wang Wei was called deep copper, and it was a very rare supreme-tier material used for refining magical weapons. The purpose of him having it is to actually blend the material into his skin. The hardest part of cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture is not the breathing method or the skin refining with wind blades. Although the special breathing method is hard to learn and it is quite painful to refine the skin with the power of winds, there were still myriads of people talented enough to finish these two steps. However, the most difficult process was how to absorb the material into the body. Wang Wei took a long breath and entered a deep state of meditation. He focused all of his mind and spirit into the deep copper. Wang Wei did not know how long passed, but suddenly he felt a weird fluctuation from the deep copper. He became happy as he knew that he had finally found the Tao breath of the deep copper. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down, he used the method in the ancient desolate body refining scripture that allowed his body to imitate the same breath from the deep copper. Soon afterwards, Wang Wei discovered that the copper had disappeared and was crawling inside his skin. Wang Wei clenched his teeth. This process was more painful than he imagined. Compared to this, the pain he felt when every inch of his skin was burned in the sixth layer of hell was nothing but child play. What's worse is the fact that the pain did not last for a just brief period. No, it lasted what felt like an eternity. When the process was over, Wang Wei learned that it took him more than 3 years to find the Tao breath of the deep copper and for it to enter his skin. Wang Wei then looked around the room. There were more than 100 pieces of shed skins lying down on the floor. From the shape of them, he knew that they belonged to him. He then looked at his own skin. Wang Wei thought it would turn copper in color, but it was the opposite. His skin became even more white and smooth than it originally was. He could guess how many women would envy his skin complexion and probably kill to have a similar one. Wang Wei then took out a top-level profound tier sword. Without hesitation, he slashed down with tremendous force on his left hand. Clink. With the sound of metal clashing, the profound tier sword bounced back from Wang Wei's skin. It did not even leave a trace. This meant that divine altar cultivators cannot harm him with his powerful defense. After the first test, Wang Wei took out a low-level earth-tier weapon. After slashing his left arm, a deep mark resembling a sharp object trying to cut off leather armor was left there. After a few seconds, the mark healed and disappeared. Wang Wei then placed the tip of the sword on his arm, then pushed it down with force. After resisting for more than a minute, his skin was pierced and started bleeding. However, after a few minutes, the wound was completely healed and his skin returned to being as smooth as polished jade. Just refining the skin gave me a defense comparable to the supernatural realm, muttered Wang Wei. After his first success in cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture, he did not stop there. Without much rest, he started to refine his muscles. Inside his cultivating room, Wang Wei was holding a gigantic cauldron above his head while he did squats in the horse position. Sweats were constantly dripping down his body. This magical cauldron seemed to be able to determine the highest level of weight he could bear and slightly increase the weight so that Wang Wei would reach his absolute limits. Furthermore, without reaching his limits, Wang Wei discovered that it was impossible for him to put the cauldron down. Wang Wei started to use another special breathing method to refine his muscles while bearing the weight of the cauldron. Luckily for him, he did not need assistance this time around as the sect developed a way to use origin qi to assist in refining the muscles. Every day, Wang Wei would lift weight for about 20 hours until he broke his limits countless times. Then he would spend an hour taking a medicinal bath to recover his body, then slept for the remaining 3 hours. At the end of the day, Wang Wei would be extremely tired and panting like a dog dying out of exhaustion. This strict and methodical process lasted for more than 2 years. Fortunately for Wang Wei, as a cultivator, all he needed was 2 to 3 hours of rest to get back in peak shape spiritually/unfortunately, his body cannot be said to be the same. Every morning, he has to wake up with extremely sore muscles. Breaking his limits every single day had a terrible toll on his body. If it was not due to the medicinal baths, he might have long turned into a crippled, or at the worst, used his lifespan to make up for it. Nevertheless, despite all the hardships, Wang Wei still insisted. And now, he has reached the standard to begin the next process. After spending half a month relaxing his nerves, Wang Wei headed to the body-refining secret realm. This time, he entered the second floor, the lightning and thunder floor. There were countless different types of thunder on this floor. The deeper the floor, the more powerful and destructive the thunder was. This time Wang Wei headed straight for the inner layer without pausing. The reason he did that was to speed up the muscle refining process. Just refining his skin took him more than 5 years. On top of that, the preparation for his muscles took him another 2 years. And the process was so short only because of the purity and strength of his origin qi. He did not want the second process to take longer than necessary. In the inner layer of the second floor, Wang Wei saw a purple river with lightning and thunder flashing on top of it. He knew that the entire river was actually made up of liquefied thunder and lightning. He remembered that this purple thunder was known as purple blessing thunder. As the name implies, as long as someone survives the destructive power of this thunder, they will receive certain blessings. It was quite similar to heavenly tribulation. Ignoring the other disciples bathing in different parts of the river, Wang Wei took out his robe and jumped deep into the river, a decision he soon regretted. "Fuck," said Wang Wei immediately after entering the river. The pain was so intense this time that he could not help but curse out loud. In fact, if it was not due to his proper education, he would have said countless more vulgar things. Wang Wei had to experience the pain of all of his 600 muscles being destroyed and regrowing again, over and over. What is even worse was the fact that the pain was instantaneous and without a single pause. As such, for the first time in many years, Wang Wei had to scream due to the pain. Luckily for him, he was underwater and no one could tell that he was screaming. In the process, his muscles became tougher, more dense and more elastic. He could feel his strength growing at an alarming rate, even faster than when he had to do intense weight training. Another benefit was the fact that as time passed, Wang Wei discovered that he could perfectly control every single muscle fiber in his body. The refining process took 8 years this time. Almost a decade. However, Wang Wei was still satisfied with this speed. He looked at the purple river and sighed. Wang Wei wished that he could use divine punishment thunder to refine his muscle instead. The benefits he would receive are unimaginable. However, he knew that would be suicidal. Even a tiny portion of divine punishment thunder could kill him if he did not have the proper method. However, Wang Wei did mind too much. He still has a chance in the future when he becomes more powerful. After exiting the secret realm, Wang Wei headed back to his cultivation room. This time he was holding a stack of bronze material. This Orhu was in the same level of the deep copper, was known as innate bronze. It was also an extremely rare refining material used to refine magical weapons or puppets. After spending another 5 years, Wang Wei managed to find the Tao breath of the innate copper and absorbed it into his muscles. The process was also excruciatingly painful. For a defensive test, Wang Wei took out a middle-level earth-tier sword to check. After the sword pierced his skin, it was blocked by his powerful and dense muscles. No matter how much force he used, the sword could not pass through his muscles. Even if a few of them were cut, they would immediately grow back. Right now, Wang Wei could easily defend against divine body realm cultivators. Wang Wei then headed to the training room next door. There, he gathered his whole body strength and threw a punch. He did not use his origin qi, just pure physical punch. With this punch, the sound of a cannonball exploded in the room. Bang! A powerful force traveled from Wang Wei's body while ignoring air pressure and friction and hit the wall of the training hall. The wall shook and began to shake. The ground started to make spiderweb-like cracks due to the sheer force exerted by this punch. If it was not the formations who activated in time, the entire room would have been blasted off. Wang Wei grinned as he could tell that this punch was way more powerful than his Dragon Sovereign Fist. With this punch only, he exuded more than 10 million jin, 5 million kilograms, of pure force. With pure physical strength alone, he could single out most divine body realm cultivators. Not to mention he still has his origin qi. Throughout the past 20 years, Wang Wei did not stop cultivating. In this divine altar, there were about 112 divine veins inscribed. which means that he had already entered the middle of the divine altar realm. After exiting his training room, Wang Wei saw his head maid, Wang Ju, waiting for him outside. A happy smile appeared on his face as he greeted her. Wang Ju, it is good to see you back from your seclusion. Did you successfully break through the divine body realm? Wang Ju bowed politely as usual and answered, Yes, young master. With the help of the sect, I was able to be successful in my breakthrough. After hearing this, Wang Wei frowned instead of being happy. From what I know, cultivators in your realm can spend hundreds of years in retreat. And you came out after only a few decades. Are you sure everything is fine? You don't need to worry, young master. The sect took me to a special secret realm that sped up my practice in order to finish early and come helping out. In fact, Wang Ju lied. She had to use a secret technique in order to sacrifice her lifespan to make such a fast breakthrough. However, she did not mind. She knows her talent very well. Although she is confident to one day enter the supreme realm, she knows that she could never keep up in terms of cultivating speed when it comes to these heaven chosen that are destined to fight for the heaven mandate. And if she cannot keep up with the young master, the sect will be more than happy to replace her with someone else that could. As for her missing lifespans, she did really care about it. As long as the young master managed to prove the Tao, the benefits she will receive far outweigh the things she sacrificed. Since Wang Ju said everything was fine, Wang Wei placed the topic behind him. After all, the sect was very powerful and had a deep foundation. It is not unheard of for them to have such a secret realm. So, what brings you here today, Wang Ju? I've come to remind the young master that the time for the trial is approaching. Is it already time? Yes. As the young master is aware, when a cultivator steps into the supernatural realm, he will receive a random innate talent, and the degree of power of said talent is based on a person's chi luck. As such, it is necessary for the young master's chi luck to turn purple gold before acquiring your own innate talent. What is this trial about? This trial requires that the young master heads toward the lower plane and sets up a fortune dynasty, cultivating kingdom. Then blend your own chi luck with the luck of the entire dynasty. Using a certain secret method, the young master can absorb part of the dynasty's luck without being too affected by karma. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Do you know any information on what plane this trial will take place in? If it was before, I would answer positively. But now, the trial has changed. The Great Wu Imperial Dynasty discovered a new plane that has been in chaos for countless years. They invited many factions of the central continent to use it as this time's trial. How long do I have to prepare? About 5 years, young master. That's plenty of time. Did someone notify Li Jun and Yan Liling? Yes, they have already received the news and are now preparing. That's good. I'm looking forward to the next challenge ahead. Chapter 87. After sending Wang Ju away, Wang Wei started thinking about the upcoming trial and its importance to him entering the next cultivating realm. The supernatural realm is a great milestone for cultivators of the origin system. This was the realm that separated or elevated practitioners from being lowly, martial artists, to being immortal cultivators that can destroy mountains and move rivers. In the past, this realm was oftentimes also called transcending mortality realm. As the name implied, this was the realm in which cultivators no longer considered themselves mortals. After all, who can blame them? In the supernatural realm, cultivators can easily fly in the air. They have opened their divine senses, granting them a sixth sense-like ability. And they can use all kinds of weird, crazy, and powerful spells. And for Wang Wei, this realm also has a greater significance for him because the supernatural realm is when his and all the other heaven chosen's heavenly physiques start to awaken. Each person with a heavenly physique will be granted an innate talent tailored to their special physiques. This is one of the reasons that people with special physiques are way more powerful than ordinary cultivators in the early stages. After thinking about all of these things, Wang Wei began to plan how he is going to spend the next few years. He knew that he did not have enough time to refine his bones next. In fact, there probably was not enough time to even begin the early stage of preparation. As such, he decided to place his time studying things like weapon refining, formation, and talismans. Previously, he had to stop studying due to the fact that he was busy cultivating. Now that he had enough time, he planned to continue. In fact, all these occupations have one thing in common in this world: divine runes. Divine runes are used basically in all of these lucrative occupations, whether it is to refine pills, talismans, or formations. The only difference between them is the type and number of runes used. Things like pills and talismans often used the least number of runes, while formation and weapon refining used a lot of them. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. As such, Wang Wei decided to continue studying divine runes while practicing his craft. This time, he decided to focus on weapon refining, especially puppet making. Recently, Wang Wei has been quite interested in puppets. It may have to do with the fact that his heavenly physique has the name puppeteer in it. As for the countless resources used for practice, well, one thing he never lacked is resources. With just a word, someone will bring the material he needs. The truth of the matter is there is another reason that Wang Wei insisted on learning these side occupations. He wanted to diversify his ability as a precaution in case he needed it to survive. Wang Wei is a very cautious person by nature. He always wants to plan for the worst-case scenario ahead of time. And the reason he decided to study these occupations is that if one day he met an opponent that managed to counter all of his abilities, whether it is his cultivation level, his powerful fleshly body, or even his mysterious soul, in that case, he could still use formation or talismans to continue to fight. Or if one day he encounters a situation where his regenerative power stops working, then he could refine some pills to heal him. Wang Wei did not want to be like the transmigrators from his previous life that relied solely on luck to survive. With the knowledge of these occupations, the possibilities are endless for Wang Wei. As such, he will always be adequate to handle any kind of situation. Soon, 7 summers had blossomed, and the time for the trial had arrived. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were standing outside of the Wang clan mansion, waiting for Li Jun, Yan Liling, and true monarch Yan Qin. After a few minutes, Li Jun accompanied by Yan Liling showed up with 5 people standing behind them. Upon seeing these people, Wang Wei could feel a terrible slaughter aura emanating from them, which means that these 5 people have killed countless people to have such a fiendish aura. Wang Wei also realized that some of these 5 people were actually part of Li Jun's subordinate he met in the Spirit Road trial. "These people are?" asked Wang Wei. "Big brother, these are General Number 1, Number 2, and Number 5. Wang Wei then looked up and down at these people. He could tell that Li Jun did not use the real names of these people as a tactical form of training, forcing them to work extremely hard to earn his acknowledgement and get their real name back. This is a ruthless way of training, stripping the participants of their entire identities and forcing them to regain it back through hard work and excellent performance. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with Li Jun's training method. With the aid of these 5 people, a lot of pressure from this trial will be lifted from his shoulder. After a few minutes, true monarch Yan Qin showed up with a smile on his face and said, "Young sect master, are you ready?" "Yes, Supreme Elder. However, I wonder why the preparations took longer than expected?" "Well, the place the trial is taking place is in fact a lower thousand world. As such, technically speaking, the highest level of power allowed is the divine altar realm. However, given the fact that some heaven-chosens like yourself have a higher battle strength than their actual cultivation level, we had to refine the world to be able to withstand a battle of that caliber without destroying it." Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's good to be able to fight without reservation. After this brief conversation, true monarch Yan Qin took out a void boat. However, this one was actually quite small in comparison to the one Wang Wei used to attend the Spirit Road. After Wang Wei and his group entered the boat, Yan Qin wrapped the boat around with his origin essence, then waved his hand in the air. A crack in space appeared in front of him, and he entered it with the boat. After a brief moment, Wang Wei and his group found themselves floating in the endless void. It was all black with countless illuminating stars scattered all over. Beneath them, they saw 5 gigantic continents connected by massive oceans floating in the endless void. 1 moon and 1 sun mysteriously hung on top of the 5 masses of lands. A giant dome enveloped everything in sight. It seemed to be protecting everything or keeping it working properly. This was the Myriad Emperor world. Although Wang Wei already guessed that this world was not actually a planet, he was still surprised when he saw it for the first time. What surprised him the most was the size of the entire world. According to his estimate, just one continent was probably the size of the entire solar system in his past life. And that was just the bare minimum estimate. After gawking for a few minutes, the groups started their journey again. True monarch Yanchen waves his hand and opens a tunnel in the void. Then he led the boat into the tunnel. Wang Wei was in awe of the power of the Supreme Realm. He could tell that this tunnel was actually a space channel that allowed them to travel great distances. And Supreme Elder Yanchen could actually do this kind of thing with just a wave of his hand. Throughout the month-long journey in the tunnel, Wang Wei and his group could actually see a bunch of floating land masses in the void. These were actually worlds. And some of them, Wang Wei noticed that they were in fact like huge planets. One incident that happened during the journey was the fact that they were attacked by a gigantic beast which was easily killed by the Supreme Elder. According to Yanchen, Wang Wei learned that the attacker was known as a Void-Eater beast. They are creatures born in the void with the power of space. They wandered in the endless void finding worlds to destroy and eat. According to information recorded in the sect, some of these Void-Eater beasts are powerful enough to fight and even kill great emperors. When the group arrived at their destination, they exited the tunnel. True monarch Yanchen sighed and muttered, "Why is this world so far? If I had comprehended the law of space, I could have arrived in just an instant." Soon afterward, Wang Wei found himself floating in front of another mass of land. However, it seemed to not be separated, although there was still a vast ocean. As for the size, well, it was as large as a few domains in the Myriad Emperor world. This was the place where the trial would take place. "Are you all prepared?" asked Supreme Elder Yanchen, to which Wang Wei's group just nodded. Yanchen then looked at Wang Ju and said, "According to the agreement we made with the other factions, as a divine body realm cultivator, you have to seal your strength and not use it. I also have to warn you. Although this world's heavenly Tao, or it should be called world consciousness, is very low and weak, it still has the basic ability to identify intruders. It will not react if you enter the world, but if you use the cultivation realm beyond the divine altar, it can still exile you from its inside." After warming Wang Ju, Yanchen opened another crack and sent the group inside this lower thousand world to begin their trial. A few minutes after sending the group inside, Yanchen heard a roar echoing in the void. "Yanchen, your Tao opening sect is damn. Come to receive your death." Chapter 88. True monarch Yanchen looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes pierced the void and saw an old man wearing an imperial crown and gown with 3 multicolored dragons on them. "Isn't it retired Prince Jichang?" said Yanchen with a nonchalant smile. "I have not seen you for quite some time. By the way, what do you mean by coming to receive death? When did our Tao opening sect offended you?" Soon true monarch Jichang arrived in front of Yanchen. His eyes were cold and snorted indifferently. "His Majesty and Ji Xiang might swallow their loss for what you people did not my great-nephew, but I want. One of you has to pay." "Your great-nephew?" asked Yanchen, then he seemed to remember something. "Oh, you mean Crown Prince Jisong. This thing happened decades ago. Why are you still bringing up old news? You almost killed him and ruined his foundation forever," roared Jichang. "Well, from what I remember, this was a fight between the younger generations and your great-nephew lost fair and square. He should be happy that he was left alive. What's more, isn't he all fine now?" True monarch Jichang's eyes became more cold when he heard this. He did not say anything, but a tall figure appeared behind him. The figure was more than 900,000 zhang high, and had a fiendish aura emitting from it. His face was quite ugly with red skins and 2 rows of sharp and pointy teeth. Upon seeing the figure, true monarch Yanchen's face changed and yelled, "Ji Chang, are you crazy? Do you really want to fight with this monarch?" However, the retired prince did not answer and just looked at Yanchen with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. He was ready to attack at any moment. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Yanchen knew that he could not avoid this fight. As such, A figure also appeared behind him. However, his figure was different from retired Prince Jicheng's. It was the figure of a breathtakingly beautiful woman holding a bamboo sword. The woman exuded a very sharp sword intent that could destroy both heaven and earth. This figure was actually also more than 900,000 zhang, however, it was still taller than Jicheng's. It was actually close to crossing the 1 million zhang line. After both of them were ready, they began to fight. Jicheng roared out loud. The Asura is often seen as a bloodthirst being whose sole purpose is to slaughter, but only a few know that it is also responsible for punishing the wicked and the damned. Now, bear its punishment and burn forever in the pits of hell. Asura Hellfire. After saying this, he pointed his hand towards Yan Qin, and the Asura behind him did the same movement. Following which, a dark-colored mini-sun appeared in the palm of the Asura. The temperature of the sun was so high that it started burning the void the moment it appeared. The space around Jicheng began to twist as the heat simply incinerated it. On top of that, countless screams and curses came out from it. It came from all the resentful souls that this fire had purged or punished. Soon afterward, the mini-sun rushed toward Yan Chan wishing to purge his sinful soul. Despite such a long distance separating them, Yan Chen could feel that his body started melting by the heat. Even worse, the space around him became unstable, preventing him from escaping. What's more is the fact that this hellfire was also directly affecting his souls. He felt various voices entering his mind and admonishing him for all the cruelty he has done in his life, begging him to repent his sins. Yan Chen felt a terrible headache as he felt his primordial spirit burning. Without waiting for a moment, he also attacked. Heaven and earth is made up of the 5 elements, which are always in balance while alternating between yin and yang. And gold represents everything that is strong and sharp, just like my sword. Golden rushed. The woman behind Yan Qin swung her sword once. Then, countless golden swords manifested in the void, glimmering and illuminating the empty voids. Some worlds or stars thousands of light years away could see a bright light in the sky when they looked up. The golden swords rushed to the mini-sun. An explosion appeared when they came into contact, followed by a supernova-like explosion that destroyed anything that blocked its path. Many of the golden swords were extinguished in the explosion, but a few of them did not stop and rushed towards Jicheng. Without hesitation, he threw another punch with his Asura. Another explosion appeared as they clashed, thus further destroying the void around them. The remaining swords were then destroyed. However, a few scales on the Asura came off. Without paying attention to this minor injury, Jicheng and his Asura turned into a golden light and rushed towards Yan Qin. His speed was faster than light itself. The light always sends the darkness back to a corner, and it also always illuminates the sinful back to the righteous path. Come witness it. The light baptizement. Yan Chen's face changed as he felt a terrifying light power that wanted to forcibly bend his will and turn him into a pure person, making him want to dedicate the rest of his life doing good things for the world. Without hesitation, he used another powerful move. Heaven and earth are made of turbid qi, which represents the yin of the world. It is the embodiment and resting place of all that is negative, including darkness. The sword in my hand has only one purpose: darkness bending. Yan Chen and the woman then turned into a gigantic sword heading towards Jicheng. The sword was all black, filled with countless creepy shadows flowing from it. In these shadows, you could see the most depraved act imaginable to human beings. Whether it was rape, murder of children, cannibalism, or torture for pleasure. This was just the tip of the icebergs. All the filth that exists between heaven and earth existed in this sword. And it was not just the filth that exists in the human's heart, but also physical filths. Anything that exists and considered filthy was included in this sword. After the two of them clashed, the shockwave they created spread out to countless worlds in the endless void. This shockwave did quite the number on the world closest to their fight except for the one the trial took place. Some lower 1,000 worlds were even destroyed due to the clashes of the two of them. Meanwhile, after a breath confrontation, Jicheng discovered that his light was beginning to be tainted. The light that was supposed to bring judgment of the wicked began to distort. The light no longer believed that the sins of the wicked can be saved. It believed that anyone who committed the tiniest of sins should be wiped out. Upon noticing this, Ji Chang's face changed and became ugly. Without much hesitation, he stopped his technique. However, soon afterward, he vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was backlashes for forcibly stopping his attack. Nevertheless, this was the least of his worries right now. Xianxia's attack was still coming towards him. Ji Chang looked at the Azura protecting him from the attack and removed it from the front. This thing was more important to him than his life. If he was injured, he could still find ways to heal. However, once the Azura was seriously injured, the amount of time and resources he will need to heal are incalculable. All of Ji Chang's thoughts happened in just a brief moment. Without having enough time to act, he took out a talisman from his space ring and crushed it. A barrier appeared around him as a form of protection. However, this barrier only lasted a few seconds under Xianxia's swords before being destroyed. Meanwhile, the dark swords pierced Ji Chang's body, pushing him flying countless light years away. On his way, Ji Chang's body hit countless asteroids, destroying them without much effort. His Azura had already disappeared. He continued to vomit both blood and pieces of his internal organs as the sword did quite the number on his inside. However, Ji Chang did not care about his injury. To a person at his level, this kind of injury can barely be counted as a medium level of injury. What worried him the most was the fact this sword seemed to be the antithesis of his Tao of Judgment. The black sword has contaminated his soul and made it dirty and filthy. Ji Chang was fighting to prevent the filth in his soul from spreading, which means he did not pay attention to where he flew to. Soon, Ji Chang's body entered a world and crashed into the ocean like a meteor. The force in which his body hit the water created a massive tsunami that destroyed everything in its path. Both mortals and cultivators alike were shocked when they saw a 10,000-meter ocean wave enveloping them without any warning. Billions of mortals and cultivators died by drowning. Countless cities, sects, and dynasties were washed away by the sudden flood. Only a few powerful cultivators at the site of impact managed to survive. The entire world trembled for days following the impact. This world suffered such a catastrophe only because of one cultivator. Luckily for the people, this world was a greater thousand world. Otherwise they would have faced the possibility of extinction. As for true monarch Xianxia, he also threw a mouthful of blood after the last attack. The image behind him then disappeared. He took out a bunch of flags from his space ring and installed a powerful formation in the void. Countless circular patterns with weird drawings appeared around him. The patterns lit up and surrounded Xianxia, protecting him. Afterwards, he took out a bunch of pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, sat cross-legged in the void and started healing. Chapter 89. In front of a plain known as the Warring Kingdom world, many other true monarchs stood in the void while discussing and commenting on the battle between Xianxia and Ji Chang. One of them complained, "Are these guys crazy? Don't they know that even the shockwave of their fight is enough to destroy the plane that our heaven-chosens are taking their trials in?" "Well, isn't the world fine?" commented another voice. However, these two guys seemed to be fighting for real, especially Ji Chang. He even took out his Dharma body without hesitation, forcing Xianxia to do the same. "TSK, I don't think so." Although Ji Chang looked like a brute who only acted on impulse, don't forget that he also grew up in a dynasty full of schemes and intrigues. Didn't you see that he did not even use his supreme tier magical weapon? So, that's how it is. He uses the name of revenge to teach the people of the Dao opening sect a lesson without totally offending them. Unfortunately, he hit his foot with an iron rod this time. He did not expect Xianxia to cultivate the heaven-slashing scripture to such a high and profound level. Especially that last strike, it seemed to be the nemesis of his Tao of Judgment. Speaking of the heaven-slashing scripture, I cannot stop marveling at its creator, the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress was indeed a legendary emperor. With the body of a female, she suppressed all her generation with one bamboo sword in her hand and became the second emperor of the ancient era. And the scripture she created was indeed powerful. Using everything between heaven and earth as a sword, then slash heaven itself to escape its shackles and limitations. The Dao opening sect is indeed lucky as an emperor lineage. First there was the sword empress, then they had the absolute sword Wang Tian. Hopefully, they won't have another Wang Wei. After saying this, the true monarchs stopped talking for a while. Although they were of an older generation, they had to watch their descendants being completely suppressed by one man with a sword in his hand. And what's even worse is the fact that in this generation, there are signs that indicate that another heaven-defying heaven chosen was slowly growing up in the Dao opening sect in this generation. After a few minutes of silence, another person said, it seemed that Yanchen took a different path in his cultivation of the heaven-slashing scripture. He seemed to focus more on the Dao of gold in the 5 elements. Well, it makes sense. As a supreme realm cultivator, it's normal to have his own path and focus. If he was totally bound by an emperor's scripture, he would never reach the realm he is currently at. Unfortunately, like us, he did not totally escape. If he did, he would be the one fighting for the heaven's will in that generation instead of Wang Chong. The Wang family's luck seemed to be endless. Each generation they always have a genius that can represent them on the world stage. Meanwhile, inside the Warring Kingdom world, Wang Wei and his groups were teleported inside. After a few minutes of dizziness, Wang Wei found himself in an open plain. After looking around, he frowned deeply. How can the spiritual qi be so low? Complained Li Jun. This was the same feeling many of them had. What do you expect from a lower thousand world? Responded Yan Liling. After looking around, the group headed in one direction, trying to find a town or city to gather basic information of where they were and how this world operated. Not long after leaving their landing spot, Wang Wei's group saw a cultivator using an earth escape technique to travel in one direction. The cultivator seemed to blend with the earth, and with each step, he traveled underground instantly and appeared a few hundred meters away. The first thing that Wang Wei noticed about this cultivator was the fact that this cultivator was in the Divine Sea realm. More importantly, he was using the origin system as a cultivating path. Then an information he had read about in the sect's library suddenly appeared in his mind. The information was about how the majority of worlds in the community that revolved around the Myriad Emperor world also used the origin system. Then it dawned on Wang Wei. He realized that his ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, was not a simple person. He did not just spread the origin path only to the Myriad Emperor world, but to the majority of worlds in the community. Heck, he might even spread it to the other world's community. Young master, should we capture this cultivator and ask for direction? Suddenly asked Wang Ju. Wang Wei shook his head and said, there is no need for that. Just follow the direction he went. The reason that Wang Wei decided not to capture this cultivator was due to the spell he used. This is a lower thousand world, and yet this cultivator is using such a powerful spell in the Divine Sea realm. This can only mean that his background is not simple. In fact, Wang Wei was not scared of this person's background. With his strength, he feared no one in this world. However, he just arrived in this world and did not have any knowledge or information about the distribution of power in this plane. He feared that he might offend some sect or family for trivial matters, then they combined together and forcibly exiled him out of this world, effectively failing this trial. Despite deciding to be low-key, after a few minutes of trekking, the group encountered a bunch of bandits who stopped them. There were more than 20 of them, with one standing at the front. One of the bandits said to the one standing in the front, "Boss, look at the clothes of these people. I don't know what material they are made of, but they look expensive. Maybe we can kidnap them and ask their families for ransom." However, the boss did not immediately give the order to attack. The reason for that is the fact that he did not see even a hint of fear in those people's eyes. Only a look of playfulness, a look of a human looking in the ground at an ant that they can easily squash to death. He had seen this look many times before and did not like it. It made him feel small, and it reminded him of the greatest failure of his life. While the bandit boss was still pondering his next step of action, Li Jun motioned for General 5 to take action. Without hesitation, General 5 mobilized his origin chi and rushed towards the boss bandit and attacked. However, the bandit boss seemed to have anticipated the attack and escaped it with a swift movement. General 5 was quite surprised. In fact, not just him, everyone watching the attack were surprised. The reason for that was the fact that this person did not use blood chi to move. He was only using the strength of his body to move. Upon seeing this, General 5 decided to test the strength of this strange bandit boss. Just like the first attack, General 5 decided not to use all his strength and continued to test the abilities of this bandit. After evading the first attack, the bandit boss said, "Cultivator." General 5 looked up and down at this bandit, then asked, "You don't seem scared after knowing that we are cultivators? On the contrary, you seemed very excited." "Of course not. As a martial artist, it is my dream and goal to fight and kill powerful cultivators like you." "Martial art? Isn't that the method used by mortals who did not have a leakless body?" After hearing the word leakless body, the bandit boss secretly clenched his hand and a hint of hatred flashed deep in his eyes before disappearing. Then he continued, "After my last humiliation, I dedicated myself to martial arts until I developed my own intent. Now, let's test my newfound strength with you." After saying this, the bandit boss took a deep breath, gathered all his Buddha's strength and punched toward General 5. Although this punch was a normal one, without any lights or vision appearing, General 5 felt like an explosion was happening in his mind and he froze for a few seconds. Without making any response, the bandit boss punch soon arrived and hit General 5 in his stomach. With the force behind this punch, it is very likely that the general would be heavily injured. However, when the punch was about to hit, the origin chi inside General 5's divine C automatically operated and protected him. After being hit, he woke up from his brief stupor and took more than 5 steps back before stopping. The bandit boss looked at the intact General 5, looked at his hand, then muttered, "After all these years, the gap is still so unsurpassable. Heaven is unfair, heaven is unfair." Meanwhile, Wang Wei and his group were again surprised by the bandit boss attack. As a mortal, he managed to push back a cultivator and won in the Divine Sea realm too. This fight has increased their understanding of mortals. What is the intent that this bandit spoke of? Is it the same intent of our world? Asked Yan Liling. No, it is not. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Wang Ju, hinting at her that she should explain the meaning of her words. In this world, due to the low level of spiritual qi, cultivators have a very difficult time entering the heaven and earth realm. As such, they developed the concept of intent, fist intent, sword intent, as a way to slowly cultivate their spirits until it reached the standard to enter the heaven and earth realm. Since intents are essentially a manifestation of the spirit, even mortals can technically cultivate it as well, given that their bodies are strong enough to bear it. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately decided to learn this method of cultivating intent. Although this method is of no significance to him personally, he can still provide it to the sect and ensure that it becomes easier for the other disciples to enter the divine altar realm in the future. Wang Wei smiled happily after making such a plan. He had just arrived in this world and already got some benefits. Chapter 90. General 5 looked at the bandit boss with cold and ruthless eyes. Originally, he was intrigued by this guy's weird method of using his physical body, so he did not take the fight seriously. Who'd have expected that this guy would have such a strange method that affected the spirit? If it was not due to his origin chi, he would have suffered an even worse defeat. Yes, to General 5, being pushed back by a mortal is considered a humiliating defeat. What is even worse was the fact that General 5 was humiliated in front of his boss. No, to be precise, he was humiliated in front of his boss. With a lot of anger, General 5 rushed towards the bandit boss. This time he did not reduce his strength and went all out. The bandit boss again used his explosion fist intent with a powerful punch. However, General 5 was prepared this time. He just mobilized part of his origin chi into his brain, essentially neutralizing the effect of the fist intent. With a crack, General 5 broke the bandit boss' right hand. The boss screamed in pain, However, General 5 ignored him. Without much hesitation, he broke the other hand of the bandit and both his legs. Although General 5 was angry, he knew that his main purpose was to gather information from the bandit boss, so he just crippled him and did not immediately kill him. The boss bandit lied in the ground with all his limbs either broken or twisted into different directions, and the pain was unbearable. He could guess the reason that these people kept him alive. However, he refused to be humiliated a second time by cultivators. He looked at General 5 and Wang Li's group with deep hatred in his eyes. Then without hesitation he bit his tongue. Blood overflowed over his clothes, then after a few minutes of constant bleeding he died. However, somehow, despite his mutilated tongue, he still had a smile on his face. General 5 looked at the dead bandit boss with surprise and anger on his face. He walked over and bowed to the group. "Young Master Wang Wei, young Master Li Jun, I have failed my tasks. Please punish me." Wang Wei looked at the bandit boss on the floor, then he patted General 5's shoulder. "You do not need to worry about such trivial things. It is obvious that this bandit boss had a story." After saying that, he walked over to the remaining 20 bandits, passing over the body of the bandit boss on the floor. With just one look of Wang Wei, the 20 bandits felt a vast pressure coming over them. They immediately knelt in the ground while cold sweat ran down their backs. "I'm gonna ask this just once. Where is the direction of the closest city?" After just a few seconds, one bandit could not bear the pressure and told the group the information they needed. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction, then he ordered General 5, "Kill all the other ones and leave the one that spoke first as a guide." Without hesitation, General 5 easily massacred the remaining bandits. The process went smoothly as none of them knew any martial art. As for General 5, he was more than happy to do the dirty work. In fact, he was grateful to Wang Wei for providing him a chance to redeem his mistake. There were currently only 5 generals under young Master Li Jun. And currently he was the weakest one. If he did not perform well then, Lieutenant number 1 to number 10 would be more than happy to take his title of General 5. The group took more than 5 days traveling before reaching their destination, the Clear Sky City. The journey could have been faster. Unfortunately, Wang Ju is not allowed to use her cultivation level to fly. As a last resort, Wang Wei wanted to tame a demonic beast, hopefully a flying one as a transportation means. However, the bandit guide told him that the distance to the closest herds of demonic beast was even further than the city they were heading to. Luckily for this group, midway through their journey, they encountered another group of bandits that had many horses. After arriving at the city, Wang Wei paid a few gold taels for entrance fee and reserved the most expensive rooms at the best inn available. However, his lavish spending was noticed by countless people with ulterior motives. In order not to cause himself trouble, Wang Wei released a powerful aura that covered the entire city, effectively scaring anyone who had any ideas about their group. The next day, the city lord came to visit Wang Wei personally. After a brief chat, the group got a little information about the city and the surrounding area. However, Wang Wei did not talk too long with the city lord, as he did not want him to realize that they did not know anything about this world. Soon, the group spent half a month in Clear Sky City. Wang Ju, who had disappeared after the first day, returned bringing a beautiful and charming woman with her. Inside the room, Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju and the charming woman were having a discussion. The charming woman slightly bowed and said, "Su Ai has seen young Master Wang Wei." "Su Ai? Where have I heard this name before?" After hearing this question, 3 tails suddenly appeared behind Su Ai. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered where he heard that name. "You are the young matriarch of the Fox Demon clan." Su Ai bowed again and responded, "That's me. I would like to personally thank young Master Wang Wei for saving our Fox Demon clan." "You do not need to thank me. I just provided your clan with an opportunity. If your matriarch did not have the courage to defy the demon royal family and moved the entire race, then it would be pointless for me to invite her." "Young master, you may be right. However, in most situations, a single opportunity is more valuable than everything else. Well, you can disperse with the ceremonies. What brought you here to this plane?" At this time, Wang Ju started to explain. The elders of the sect feared that the Great Wu imperial dynasty would not fight fair in this trial, so they wanted to secretly send someone here in advance to scoop information. At first, it was supposed to be me who came. However, the young matriarch contacted the sect and said that she wanted to repay the favor of saving their clan. Due to her powerful charm ability, the sect believed that she would be the perfect person to gather information and chose her instead. After knowing the gist of everything, everyone nodded and looked at Su AI. She smiled and opened a map from her space ring. The elders were right to be worried about the people of the Great Wu imperial dynasty. After saying this, she pointed in the middle of the map. The entire middle ground was divided into 3 parts which had different labels: Great Wu, Great Yi, Great Shu. These 3 kingdoms are the most prosperous and powerful of the entire warring kingdom world. For countless years, they have fought with each other, thus creating a stable balance like a 3-legged tripod. However, the Great Wu dynasty was not always called like this. Its previous name was Great Wei. After saying this, Su AI looked at Wang Wei, who just shrugged his shoulders. It is not his fault that his name is actually quite common. According to the information that I have received, both Crown Prince Sun Wen and Third Prince Sun Jialong of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty have long entered the world before everything else. Crown Prince Sun Wen seemed to have made some kind of deal with the royal family of the Great Wei Dynasty. A few months after his arrival, the Great Wei Dynasty changed its name to Great Wu and Su Wen was crowned emperor. Wang Wei nodded when he heard this. This was useful information. Crowning himself emperor, huh? The natives of this world may not know better. Doesn't this Sun Wen know the significance of this word? What about the other central dynasties? Any information? Yes, young master. All I currently know is that Crown Prince Jisong has entered the army of the Great Yi Dynasty. He seemed to want to take control over the military first before overthrowing the royal family. That's a good plan. Is his big brother with him? Yes, first Prince Ji Su served as his advisor in the army. Well, things make more sense now. With this guy's rash nature, if things were left up to him, he would probably fight the entire kingdom with his strength alone. After a brief ponder, Wang Wei continued to ask, what about the Great Shu Dynasty? Unfortunately, the information I have is already limited as they seem to anticipate the infiltration of foreign spies and had preventive measures. All I know is the fact that someone was canonized as the dynasty's national teacher and Taoism became the national religion of the entire Great Shu Dynasty. I'm sorry, young master, that I could not gather more information. Wang Ju walked to her and patted her shoulder. You did more than enough in such a short period of time. Wang Ju is right, Miss Su AI. The information you gathered is more than enough for us to get started. Well, thank you, young Master Wang Wei. In fact, I could have gathered more information. Unfortunately, all of the cultivators of this world have powerful and tough spirits, making my charm less effective. Wang Wei did not blame Su AI. The information she brought was more than enough. As such, he started to ask her about the other kingdoms in this world, while planning his next step of action. Chapter 91. After reading the information regarding the majority of kingdoms in this world, he had a preliminary plan for their group's next actions. However, he needed to check something first. As such, he asked, is there a place where the 3 borders of these dynasties meet together? Yes, young master. Su AI then took out a more detailed map and pointed to a place at the intersection of the 3 great dynasties. This city is called Intersection Point City. Well, it's not a very original name. However, as the name suggested, this city was designated as a free trading point by all 3 dynasties. The city lord will be changed every few years, alternating between them to choose who is elected to be in charge. Are we using this city as a starting point to attack one of the 3 dynasties? And which one are we attacking first? Asked Li Jun with a frown. However, Wang Wei shook his head. He was not that stupid to attack the most powerful empires in this world just like that, especially when there are other heaven chosens that have already planted their foundation in these places. I'm the only one headed to Intersection Point City because I need to check something out. I need you guys to head here and gather as much information as possible, said Wang Wei as he pointed to a kingdom all the way east of the central dynasties. Yen Liling, can you refine the spirit break pill? Spirit break pill? That's a very rare high-level profound tier pill used by some cultivators to strengthen their spirits and increase their chances in entering the realm of heaven and earth. I do know the recipe. What about the materials? The materials are very common and I should be able to find them in this world. The hard part of this pill is the runes needed to inscribe on them are very sensitive. A wrong mistake could turn the pill into a deadly poison that directly attacks the spirit. That's good. I need you to refine as many as possible to make sure that Su AI entered the divine altar as soon as possible. After saying this, Wang Wei turned and looked at Su AI. I'm assuming that you have created some sort of spy agency in this world? Yes, young master. In the past 5 years that I have been here, I created countless brothels and spread them all over the world. Through them, I can gather information from the highest of officials to common street beggars. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Su AI upon noticing this thought of something and quickly explained, "No, you misunderstood, young master. I did not create such a kind of brothel where women sold their bodies. No, I adopted many beautiful orphans or women who have lost everything due to war and famine. I used my illusion to teach them all kinds of abilities. Whether it was art, paintings, Go, calligraphy, and the zither. All they do is drink, chat, and perform with customers. In fact, I even taught some of them with talent how to cultivate. As for those without talents, I taught them the martial arts of this world." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Although Wang Wei does not consider himself a good person as he could do almost everything for his goals, he also has a bottom line. And forcing women into prostitutions more than crossed that line. You did good, Miss Su AI. All you need to focus on in the next few years is how to enter the divine altar realm and further increase your charming abilities. Wang Ju can take over your information agency. When you manage to break through, I can work together with you to revise the martial art cultivation of this method so that all the women under your command can have some charming abilities, even the mortal ones. That way, the brothels will become increasingly more popular and it would be much easier for them to gather information. Soon after the meeting, the whole group separated. The majority of them headed for the eastern shore, while Wang Wei headed for Intersection Point City. The journey there took him about a month. And it would have taken far longer if not for the flying demonic beast that Su AI gave to him. During this voyage, Wang Wei realized that transportation was going to be one of the main problems that he would have to deal with in this world. After entering the Intersection Point City, Wang Wei had to put on the aura of a cultivator not to cause himself trouble. Ever since he entered the 13th layer of the body refining realm, his aura had disappeared and he looked like an ordinary person. So, he often has to purposely release his aura. Wang Wei did not like the whole concept of a tiger hiding as a sheep. If you are a tiger, why do you need to hide? Many of his fellow traversers like to be low-key, then when some random guy humiliates them for being weak, then they face-slap them by showing their true power. The whole thing seemed pointless to Wang Wei. All of this nonsense could be avoided just by showing a little bit of aura, so why waste so much time? Don't these traversers have anything better to do with their life? To him, the reason that they behaved in such a way is because they like having their massive ego stroke just like a woman massaging their balls. After entering the city, Wang Wei rested for a while. In fact, he was quite surprised. During his whole journey, he saw fighting everywhere he went. Different kingdoms are constantly fighting each other. Different sects or martial arts school are also in turmoil. Wang Wei finally understood why this plane was called Warring Kingdom World. However, the Intersection Point City was surprisingly very peaceful, well, at the very least, peaceful compared to the rest of the world. Throughout the day, all suspicious activities in this city were suspended. All cultivators and martial artists followed the law. However, at night, they immediately turned into hyenas that have not eaten anything for months. Tonight, Wang Wei was finally about to do what he came to this city for. After easily killing a few cultivators who like to throw away their lives, he mobilized the spiritual chi around him and floated 1,000 meters in the air. However, he almost felt countless times in the process. "Damn this world and its low level of spiritual qi," muttered Wang Wei under his breath. When he reached a certain height and managed to steady himself in the air, he activated his vision and looked in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty. There he saw a giant golden dragon with 9 claws circling on top of the entire kingdom. Wang Wei knew that this was the manifestation of the entire dynasty's qi luck. Upon closer examination, Wang Wei found that this dragon was lying down with numerous scales that were destroyed. On top of the dragon, there was a snake that was slowly killing it by absorbing its power. However, the absorption process seemed slow, and the golden dragon also seemed to be still fighting back. After seeing this, Wang Wei knew that Crown Prince Su Wen's life was not easy in the dynasty. Whatever means he used to suddenly take over power has many drawbacks. Although he seemed to have found a way to remedy these drawbacks, the process will probably take a long time. In the meantime, the Great Wu dynasty is essentially crippled and does not have the ability to interfere in other countries' matters. This is good news for Wang Wei's future plans. The thing he worries the most about is that the 3 great dynasties bend together to deal with him and the other heaven chosens. Afterward, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the Great Yi dynasty. There, he also saw a golden dragon. However, this dragon only had 6 paws, with the remaining 3 being cut off. With the paws of the dragon signifying its military strength, Wang Wei guesses that both Ji Song and Ji Su had already managed to infiltrate deeply into this dynasty's army and are slowly swallowing it. Giving them enough time, the Great Yi dynasty would eventually be captured in their hands. And the process might be even faster than the Great Wu dynasty. After pondering for a brief moment, Wang Wei then looked in the direction of the Great Shu dynasty. He paid more attention to this kingdom than the other ones. Wang Wei also saw a gigantic golden dragon. Upon closer, there seemed to be nothing with this dragon. It was healthy with no injuries or parasites on him. However, Wang Wei soon noticed a yin-yang symbol on top of this dragon's head. Then, part of the dragon's head began to turn white and black. What's even worse was the fact that this dragon noticed the symbol and its effect on it, but he did not care or take any action. On the contrary, upon closer inspection, Wang Wei noticed that the dragon was happy at the fact that it was slowly transforming and wished that the process would quickly accelerate. While Wang Wei was observing the qi luck of the Great Shu dynasty, suddenly, the dragon seemed to notice something and looked in Wang Wei's direction. Its eyes locked directly with Wang Wei's. Through its eyes, Wang Wei could feel that someone was watching him from a far distance through the dragon. "Noticed?" thought Wang Wei with a slight surprise on his face. This was the first time someone had noticed it when he peeked at their luck. This should be the heaven chosen that was canonized as the dynasty's national teacher. After the dragon made a brief contact with Wang Wei, a fog suddenly appeared and covered the entire Great Shu dynasty. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei discovered that he could no longer observe the luck of this dynasty. "Interesting," he muttered while smiling. "Yin-yang symbol? Is this guy related to the Tai Profound Gate?" Chapter 92. Great Shu Dynasty. Inside a newly built temple, a teenager dressed in Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. Although he was not overtly handsome, he had a peaceful air about him. He gave the feeling that even if the whole world was destroyed, nothing would faze him. He would still remain quiet, inactive, and peaceful. This person can actually directly observe the luck of the entire dynasty. And it seemed that he did not use any secret method. It was like an innate or inborn talent from his eyes, just like you, answered another hoarse and bland voice. "Master, you woke up," said the teenager. After which, a transparent person floated next to the teenager. It was a middle-aged man with eyes full of vicissitudes. He had a very ancient and profound air about him. I felt something was happening and came to check it out." "Master, did that person wake you up? Is he worthy of you to pay attention to? Did you forget the warning that the sect gave you before coming here? You mean that this guy was actually the young sect master of the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei?" The transparent person nodded his head and looked in the direction of Wang Wei and started thinking. Meanwhile, the young teenager had a frown on his face. Teacher, do you think this Wang Wei noticed something? You do not need to worry about me. Even if a great emperor came right in front of you, it would be difficult for him, her to notice my existence. As for the other thing, it is very unlikely due to the distance. However, if you ever meet this guy in person, you should be extra careful not to do anything unusual. The teenager nodded in acknowledgement. As expected of the master who survived from the incense era, muttered the teenager under his breath. Meanwhile, the transparent middle-aged man started thinking to himself. Does this generation have a genius similar to him? No, it cannot be. I have waited too long for my plans to be spoiled by anyone else. After a few minutes of pondering, the transparent man suddenly became even more pale, almost disappearing. The teenager became worried and asked, Master, are you okay? You primordial spirits seem to be fading? You do not need to worry too much. This world is just too low for me to exist outside of your body for too long. It'll be fine after a period of rest. The teenager clenched his hands in determination. Without his master's guidance, he would just be one of the many mediocre disciples in the sect, let alone acquiring the position of Dao child. Master, it won't be long before I enter the supernatural realm. By then, you can rest in my Niwen aperture and use my soul to sustain you until I find the right method to help you resurrect. The transparent man looked at his disciple and nodded. My disciple, it's good that you have such intention, however, there is no need to hurry. It is better to take your time and set a solid foundation for your future. I can still last for a while. After saying this, the middle-aged man who was currently just a primordial spirit turned into a light and entered the body of the teenager. If you look closely, you would find out that this man has turned into a swastika tattoo on the teenager's chest. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had already checked the information he needed from observing the luck of each dynasties. According to his analysis, the Great Shu will probably pose the greatest threat to him in this trial. Whoever entered the Great Shu dynasty had chosen the best and most efficient way to acquire power, through religion. With this method, it is only a matter of time before the entire kingdom will fall into his hand and he can easily gather the luck needed for this trial. And if that person decides to expand his reach beyond the dynasty's borders, after summarizing the information he needed, Wang Wei left the intersection point city and headed to the eastern coast. He spent 15 days on a journey that should have taken more than 3 months. In order for the demonic beast to be able to keep up with such constant traveling, Wang Wei had to nourish its body with his origin qi, which allowed the flying beasts to break through its cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei discovered that his pure origin qi might have the ability to strengthen the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts. However, he does not currently have the time to ponder the significance of his newfound ability. He was already slightly behind his other opponents in this trial. After arriving on the East Coast, he headed straight to a kingdom known as Eastern Rain Kingdom. He did not immediately reunite with his group, but took time to travel throughout the entire kingdom. During his travels, he focused more on the life of ordinary people. And just like he expected, the life of ordinary people was worse than street dogs. Wang Wei saw how there were countless slum areas scattered in each prefecture and cities of this kingdom. The people had little to no food to eat. The majority of people wore old, cheap, and tattered clothes. Beggars could be seen everywhere. Once in a while, people will forever disappear from the streets, especially young girls. Murder and looting often occur in every part of the kingdom. As for the aristocrats of this kingdom, of course, they lived luxurious lifestyles at the expense of the poor. After checking the luck of this kingdom, Wang Wei saw a very intimidating yellow flood dragon who looked mighty and strong. He was not surprised by this. This kingdom was not as strong as the 3 central dynasties, so its luck would not be a true dragon. However, he was quite surprised by how powerful the kingdom's luck was given the state of its citizens. After careful thinking, he realized that it was probably due to the vast territory of the kingdom. After further investigation, Wang Wei noticed that the Qi dragon was breathing erratically and would sometimes cough a slight mouthful of blood. He knew that this indicated that despite the external strength of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, it was suffering from serious internal trouble. Without the proper measure, It is only a matter of time before the kingdom crumbled and destroyed itself. After spending a month visiting most places in the kingdom, Wang Wei reunited with his team and had another meeting. "Where is Miss Su Ai?" asked Wang Wei when he entered their secret room. To which Wang Ju responded, "After receiving the spirit break pills, she went into seclusion." After receiving a paper containing detailed information about the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Wang Wei looked at Yan Liling. "You did a good job in refining the pill so fast." However, she just smiled. Wang Wei sat cross-legged and took a few minutes to read and analyze all the information. "Big brother Wang Wei, you picked the perfect place for us to establish a dynasty. This Eastern Rain Kingdom has vast lands, a large population, fertile lands due to the constant rains, access to the sea for both transportation and fishing for food. However, both the royal family and the nobles have a firm and complete control of the military. Are we just going to kill them first?" Wang Wei shook his head and answered, "We cannot do that. With our strength, it would be very easy to kill the royal family and the noble clans. However, what next? The ordinary people of this kingdom have been brainwashed for countless generations that it is right for them to be ruled. It is normal to give up their freedom and labor to the higher echelons of the dynasty. As long as they continue to live day to day, everything else is fine. If we suddenly pop up and tell them that now we are in charge, the only thing we would have left is a kingdom with countless people rioting all over our territory. And in such a kingdom, how could we gather luck? Then, big brother, what's the plan? What's our next step of action? In order to properly establish our own kingdom, we need two things: the general support of the people and legitimacy." Li Jun looked at Wang Wei and asked, "I understand what you mean by the support of the people, but what do you mean by legitimacy?" "Legitimacy means that we have the proper authorization or right to openly govern the people of this land. We can use our powerful cultivation and proclaim that we were mandated by heaven to come save the people from the pain and suffering they endured from the royal family and the nobles. Or we can acquire our legitimacy from someone else that is willing to hand it over. Or to be precise, we need an ally that has sufficient power and status to provide us with proper legitimacy. And this ally has to have a kind heart that loves and cares for the common people. This method is better and more efficient as we do not need to put bondage to the people's mind through superstitions. But, big brother, where will we find such a person? The majority of people in power in this kingdom are rotten to the core. Of course there is. The 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifan. She is the perfect person to fit this role. Chapter 93. Eastern Rain Kingdom, Forbidden City, Royal Palace. A group of armored guards were lined up in rows, waiting for the appearance of something or someone. If you look closely, you will discover that each of the guards had a deep pride in faces and a happy smile. After a few minutes, a girl dressed in ancient blue garments walked out the palace with a few maids behind her. She had many hairpins in her hair that formed the shape of a crown. She had a veil covering her mouth, hiding her physical appearance. However, a person could tell how beautiful she was just based on her upper face and her eyes. Her eyes were fascinating. Not in the sense that one was drawn by them due to lust or desire. No, they remind anyone of their happiest and sweetest dreams, the dreams that leave a lasting influence on you throughout your entire life. This beautiful girl was the 13th princess of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, Dong Lifan. After exiting the palace, Dong Lifan gave a smile to the guards, an act which elicited blushing smiles from the armored men before entering a carriage decorating with phoenix paintings. Driven by 4 Tier 1 demonic beasts, the carriage headed straight for the slums of this city, which was located more than a quarter of a mile southwest of the Forbidden City. When the guards in the carriage, the people there were not scared as usual when seeing the authority. On the contrary, they were all excited. Princess Dong Lifan stepped out of her carriage and started walking to an already placed stall. She did not mind the mud and dirty rainwater scattered everywhere. In front of the stall, Princess Dong Lifan saw 3 cleanly dressed young men standing over there waiting for her. A trace of disgust flashed across her eyes before returning to normal. She approached them with a smile and said, "Young Marquis Leng Jianjun, young Viscount Chang Shun, and young Duke Shengku, it is nice to see you again this time. Duke Shengku took a step forward and bowed politely like an educated aristocrat. It is our utmost pleasure to serve the princess and the common people of the kingdom. Marquis Ling Jianjun also stepped forwards and said, Princess, this time, our Ling family has triple the amount of food from last time. Viscount Chang Shun did not want to be left behind, so he immediately said, this time our Chang family have donated more than 100,000 cotton-made robes perfect to protect the untouchable. I mean common people from the harsh winter without any problem. Princess Dong Lifan ignored Chang Sun's slip of the tongue and looked directly at Duke Shengku. The young duke smiled confidently and said, this time our Zheng family has decided to open school in all the slums of the kingdom to teach the common people how to read and fend for themselves. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him the fish directly. After saying this, Duke Zhengke had an arrogant smile on his face as if he had accomplished something as important as world peace. Princess Dong Lifan wanted to roll her eyes and punch this guy in his face. However, she just smiled and answered, you did a good job this time, young duke. Now that everyone is here, let's accomplish the task that we came to do here. The people's hunger cannot wait for us to finish our discussion. After saying that, she headed to the stall that was full of food and clothes. There, the princess saw a group of people lining up. The majority of them were in tattered clothes with dirt all over their faces and body. Each of them had a pungent smell emanating out their bodies. With so many of them standing together, the stench was quite unbearable. However, Princess Dong Lifan did not care about this as she was used to it. Unfortunately, this cannot be said to the 3 male companions that followed her like a dog chasing its own tail. Nevertheless, given the mission that their families had given them, they decided to hold their breath and interact with all these untouchables no matter how unwilling they are. Children and women first, followed by people with handicaps, then normal men can come last. After saying this, the princess started handing out food and clothing to the people. In the past, she would also hand out money, but that resulted in tragedy. Meanwhile, not far from the stall, on a tall building, Wang Wei was looking at the princess that was doing her work. What do you think? Big brother Wang Wei, you are right. She is indeed a very kind person. From the information we gathered about her from the past month, she would come here at least once a month to provide relief to the people. Yes, she is indeed a kind soul. While traveling throughout the kingdom, I have heard of her deeds among the people. At first, I still kept a skeptical view that maybe all she did was nothing but a front to hide some nefarious plans. However, after meeting her today in person, I can tell that she is a genuinely kind individual. From the fluctuation of her soul, I can tell that she has a very bright and pure soul. Li Jun nodded in agreement. Although he does not have the ability to judge a person's character from their soul fluctuation, he still has his way to judge a person. After all, he was also once an emperor in the pagoda trials and had to deal with court politics. After spending the whole day in the slums, Princess Dong Lifan returned to the palace late at night. After taking a shower under the care of her maids, she was lying down on her bed thinking about the future of the kingdom. Suddenly, a powerful voice appeared in her own chamber. Do you think that what you are doing now can actually save this kingdom? After hearing this, Princess Dong Lifan jumped off her bed and took out a sword. She yelled, "Who dares trespass into the royal family's chamber?" After saying this, she saw a young man with gray hair and gray eyes looking at her up and down. From his eyes, she felt as if everything about her was seen through, that her fate did not belong to her. She frowned as she felt that tonight, something incredible was about to happen. Wang Wei looked at Dong Lifan through his true vision ability. Interesting, you actually have a dream manifestation soul. Dong Lifan looked at Wang Wei with wariness. Without dropping the swords in her hand, she asked, "What is dream manifestation soul?" It is a form of innate talent or physique. Although the dream manifestation soul is not listed in the 3000 heavenly physique list, it is actually a very rare physique that can probably compare to the top 20 of heavenly physique list. As a sign of this talent, the owner usually has the ability to enter and exit people's dreams without them knowing. After hearing this, Princess Dong Life's face became more solemn. She has read about the heavenly physique list. However, she knows that few people in this world know about this as it is a very ancient secret. The only reason that she knows about it is due to the fact that their Dong family is actually one of the oldest families in this world. As such, there are still records from ancient time. Dong Lifan learned about the heavenly physique while rummaging through all the documents of the family's ancestral hall to find whether something was wrong with her after her talent awakened. As for her having the ability to enter people's dreams, only 2 people knew about this secret, herself and her master. However, this young man just took a glance at her and he could identify her ability. What's more is the fact that he seemed to know the secret of ancient times. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Princess Dong Lifan asked again. "For you? And why have you intruded into my chamber?" "Oh, I apologized, I should have introduced myself first. My name is Wang Wei and am from what you would call the higher realm." Dong Lifan frowned again. She has heard of the higher realm. In fact, every cultivator in this world pursues to one day break the void and enter the higher realm in order to reach a higher level of cultivation. However, she did not immediately believe this young man's words. As such, she asked, "How could you prove that your words are true?" Wang Wei was not surprised by her question. Maybe a normal cultivator might believe his words with a little effort. However, this princess was born into the royal family. She grew up living and witnessing countless conspiracies. The fact that she managed to grow up until now and have such status proved that she is not a simple-minded girl despite her kind nature. After hearing the girl's question, Wang Wei mobilized his divine altar and a powerful aura enveloped the entire room, crushing down on Princess Dong Lifan. The princess felt a tremendous weight was pushing on her and a horrified look appeared on her face. She realized what this pressure meant. This was the pressure from a divine altar ancestor. She recognized as he once met one of the sleeping ancestors of the Dong family. Dong Lifan was indeed horrified. The divine altar realm is the highest cultivation of this world before breaking the void. Only a few very talented individuals have the chance to ever reach such a realm in their life. As the most talented person of the Dong family in this generation, she is considered to be a heaven-defying genius for reaching the body-refining realm 9th layer with her age. However, this young man who seemed to be of similar age as him has already entered the divine altar realm, a realm she decided as a goal to pursue all her life. A realm that even her master has been stuck in a bottleneck for more than 100 years and has not been able to reach. Chapter 94. Inside the royal palace, Wang Wei's aura pressure soon disappeared after a few minutes. Princess Dong Lifan took a deep breath in order to calm herself down. "Sir, this does not prove anything. You could just be a very talented person. Just a powerful cultivation does not prove that you are from the higher realm." Wang Wei smiled after hearing this and said in a tranquil voice, "You should be perfectly clear that a tiny little world like yours cannot cultivate a strong person as young as me. However, I can understand your skepticism. There are numerous ways that I could prove to you of my identity. I could show you things that you have never seen in your life, provide you with knowledge beyond your wildest comprehension. However, all of this will happen when you and I come to a certain level of trust. Additionally, Your Highness, you seem to have misunderstood something. I did not show you my power just to prove my identity as a foreigner. I showed it to you to tell you that if I wanted to do something to you, there is absolutely nothing you could do to stop me. Even that little divine sea cultivator hiding in the corner could not prevent me from harming you if I wished to." After hearing this, Princess Dong Lifan's heart skipped a beat. She has been exposed. Few seconds later, a woman appeared from the corner and walked next to the princess. She was middle-aged, however, all her hair had turned white. Her eyes displayed the fact that she had gone through a lot of things in her life. Wang Wei could tell that this middle-aged woman was probably close to reaching the limit of 300 years old of divine sea cultivators. However, she seemed to be able to maintain a somewhat youthful look. The middle-aged woman then bowed and said, "You see, you has seen Your Excellency Wang Wei. I would also like to apologize on behalf of my disciple." "Master," exclaimed Princess Dong Lifan. "Quiet, fun. Didn't you notice that despite all the commotions in here, The guards outside never reacted and barged inside. Then, it suddenly dawned on Dong Lifan. With all the things that happened here, with the loyalty of her guards, they would immediately come to rescue her if they noticed something was wrong. After reprimanding her disciples, Wuxia looked at Wang Wei and asked, "Your Excellency, if you do not mind, why don't we chat over some freshly brewed tea?" Wang Wei looked up and down at Wuxia, then nodded. "It's true what the ancient said, wisdom comes through age. I will gladly accept your invitation, Miss Wuxia." Wuxia did not mind the fact that a young man who could be her grandson called her Miss. The cultivating world is quite hierarchical. Whoever has the higher strength is the elder. As such, she said, "Your Excellency, you can just call me by name. No need for the formalities." "Well then, it'll be presumptuous. And you guys can call me young master." After a few pleasantries, Wuxia had her disciples brew some tea for the three of them. She clenches her teeth and takes out her most beloved and precious one she acquired long ago in a secret realm after going through countless life and death situations. Even Princess Dong Lifan was very surprised when she saw her master take out her favorite tea. However, she did not say anything in front of Wang Wei and served the tea for all of them. After tasting the tea, Wang Wei secretly gave it a medium to low-level evaluation. However, he did not say anything out loud. Upon seeing that Wang Wei did not react to her tea, Wuxia was somewhat discouraged. Could it be that even one of my most valuable things is nothing to this person? Or is there something wrong with the tea? Secretly thought Wuxia. However, after looking at the intoxicated look on her disciple's face, she sighed and did not continue to think about such things. "Young Master Wang Wei, since you are from a higher realm, there must be a reason for you to appear in our world. Is it possible to explain to us?" After finishing a sip of tea, Wang Wei answered, "A group of capable young generations of our world were chosen to come to this world for a trial." "Group?" suddenly asked Princess Dong Lifan. "As in, there are more than one people like you?" "Yes, me and a few other people." "Are you and them in a group?" "Not all, we are competitors." "Of course not. Are they all as powerful as you?" Wang Wei took another sip of his tea, then he looked at Dong Lifan straight in the eyes. Suddenly, the princess felt a dread overcoming her every being, her every soul. She tried to use her dream ability to counter this feeling, but it was of no avail. She felt that her soul was about to be destroyed. When she was on the verge of breaking, Wang Wei removed his gaze from her and continued talking. "If you are done interrupting me, I can tell you all the information necessary. Different factions in my world sent their promising younger generation to this world to compete with each other as a trial. The purpose of this trial is quite simple: establish a dynasty and compete for the luck of this world. As for other participants, there are many of them. However, the most powerful are me and 3 other people. I'm sure you have heard of them. Didn't your Eastern Reign Kingdom receive the changes that happened in the 3 central dynasties?" Wuxia then remembered a few years ago that her disciple received such information. At that time, the whole kingdom, not the whole world, was in uproar, especially when the Great Wei dynasty suddenly changed its name to Great Wu. "Young master, you mean that the changes of these 3 dynasties is because of the people from the higher realm like you?" "That's correct." After hearing the positive answer, Wuxia started to frown. From this little information, she could tell that heaven was about to change with the arrival of these people from other worlds. She looked at her disciple, who was as quiet as a scared bunny, and sighed. Seeing the silent atmosphere of the room, Wang Wei realized that he might have gone too far with his previous warning. Without the princess participating in the conversation, things will not proceed smoothly. "Your Highness Dong Lifan, I apologized for my previous indiscretion. In order to make up for my fault, I will treat you to a delicacy from my world." After saying that, Wang Wei took out his own tea and started brewing it. Using a standard tea ceremony, he began to serve all 3 of them. Wuxia looked at Wang Wei's actions and was quite surprised on the inside. She noticed that in just a few actions, he used his strength to place her disciples in her place and insert his dominance in the conversation. Then, with an apology and some tea, he brought her into his good grace again. You realized that this young master was not only powerful, but also a person with a great and calculating mind. Furthermore, from the standard tea ceremony he just did, he must have received a strict aristocratic education. After serving the tea, Wang Wei explained with a smile, "This is my favorite tea named longtime. It is a very rare thing even in my world. Please enjoy." Both Princess Dong Lifan and her master tasted the tea with anticipation. And they were not disappointed. The tea seemed to be able to play with their taste buds like a grandmaster of the qin. It catered to their very specific taste and desire. After a few minutes of drinking, a vast amount of blood qi overflowed from Dong Lifan's body. She was about to break through the divine sea realm. Just this single tea has made up for decades of practice for her. In fact, it was not just her who benefited from this tea. You also benefited a great deal. She has been stuck in the peak of the divine sea realm for hundreds of years. However, with this tea, she could tell that after seclusion, she would manage to succeed in breaking through the next realm after countless failures. When Dong Lifan was about to succeed, a powerful voice interrupted her. "If I were you, I would not do this." After hearing this, the princess frowned deeply, then controlled her blood qi and stopped her breakthrough. If it was any other person who stopped her, she would fight him or her as if he or her was the killer of her parents. Upon seeing that Dong Lifan managed to withstand the temptation of increase in realm, Wang Wei's evaluation of her increased by a bit. As such, he continued to explain to her, "Most people think that the body refining realm only has 9 layers, but they are wrong. The body refining realm has a total of 12 layers. The 10th layer is known as Saint Foundation, the 11th layer as the Supreme Foundation, and the last layer is known as Dao Foundation." After hearing this information, both Yu and Dong Lifan were shocked. This was the first time they have heard such a secret. No wonder cultivating in this world is so difficult. All of this time, all of us have weak foundations. How could we reach higher realms? Muttered Yu under her breath with a hint of madness. Do you guys know the cultivation realm after the divine altar? We only know that it is called the transcending mortality realm, answered Dong Lifan with a lowered voice. Yes, this realm is mainly called the supernatural realm. After that, there are the divine body realm, primordial spirit realm, void shattered, saint, supreme, and finally, becoming a great emperor. Great emperor? Oh, you guys have heard of a great emperor? After taking a deep breath, the princess explained, "In our world, rumors of great emperors have circulated for countless millennia. However, no cultivators actually knew what a great emperor was. Some believed it to be a cultivating realm. However, the majority believed it to be the ruler of a great and large dynasty. As such, in ancient times, numerous people established states, kingdoms, and dynasties in order to one day become a great emperor. This situation has continued to this day. However, who would have thought that the great emperor was actually a cultivation realm?" Wang Wei then nodded as he finally understood why this world was called Warring Kingdoms. After revealing this shocking information, the room fell silent for a good half-hour. After which, Princess Dong Lifan took a deep breath to calm herself down and asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, I assume the reason you came to see me was because you have decided to start your own dynasty on the territory of Eastern Rain Kingdom. Why should I help you?" Chapter 95. Wang Wei smiled when he saw how quickly Princess Dong Lifan recovered from her shock and analyzed the situation. His evaluation of her increased quite a bit again. This goes back to the question I asked you when we first met. Do you think that your actions in the slum can save this kingdom? After heeding this, Dong Lifan remained silent. As such, Wang Wei continued, "Although this country looked strong from the outside with its vast lands and powerful army, however, any observant person can see that this kingdom is slowly crumbling from the inside. Both the royal family and the noble clans are slowly draining the life of the common people like mindless zombies. As long as they can continue their lavish lifestyles, who cares if the common people are suffering every day? No, maybe I should also call them untouchables like they do." After hearing the word untouchables, Princess Dong Lifan secretly clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued his narration. Not to mention the secret infighting between the noble clans and the royal family. In such a battle, the ones who are most affected are the common people. As for you, Your Highness, how many people can your weekly donations save? A few 100,000s? However, compared to this kingdom's population of 35. 1 billion people, a few hundred of thousands of people is nothing. Not to mention the fact that your actions are merely treating a few symptoms, but not the root of the problem. After hearing this, Dong Lifan was quite calm. After taking and savoring another sip of tea, she asked, "You may be right, young Master Wang Wei, however, this is the best that I can do." "I'm fully aware of this, Princess. I am not in any way diminishing your accomplishments. On the contrary, I'm lauding your actions given the circumstances you are in." "Thank you for your praise, young master. Nevertheless, this does not change the fact that I'm still wary of you people from the higher realms. Just the fact that you people are willing to use an entire world as a trial does not show that you are very kind people. Not to mention the fact that your arrival will plunge the entire world into war and turmoil. So I asked again, why should I help you?" Wang Wei took a sip of tea to moisturize his throat while secretly thinking that maybe he should have used a less expensive tea to entertain these people. After his meeting with Li Jun a few years back, his secret stash of tea is almost finished. After taking his sip, Wang Wei continued, "The world of cultivation is a brutal place where the strong prey on the weak. You of all people should be aware of this. The truth of the matter is that your world is incredibly weak, so it can be toyed with by more powerful worlds. You are lucky enough that all we did was use this world as a trial to train disciples. Out there in the endless void, there are many worlds like this one that are totally slaughtered after being discovered by a more powerful plane. As for the war and chaos of this world, well, let's be honest, this world was already like this when we found it. Our arrival would only intensify the conflict." After taking another sip of tea, Wang Wei said, "As for the reason you should help us foreigners, the answer is actually very simple: interest. As I said before, our purpose in coming into this world is to actually gather luck through the establishment of a fortune dynasty. In order to do so, all the trial participants will make it their mission to ensure that the luck of their dynasty flourished. And what is the best way to do so? Of course it is the common people. As long as a dynasty has a large population, the people can feed and clothe themselves, the people are educated and have wealth for the next generation, the luck of such a dynasty would be unimaginable." Both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifan started to imagine the world described by Wang Wei. They imagined how beautiful such a world would be. However, Princess Dong Lifan quickly woke up from her daydreaming and asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, what you say is beautiful and all, but what about afterwards? After you guys plunder the luck you needed for this trial, what will happen to the people of the dynasties you created?" "Princess, do not ask such a stupid question. As a member of the royal family, you should be aware of what happens if a ruler blatantly absorbs the luck of a dynasty. They will be backlash by the dynasty's luck and suffer from karmic retributions." Wang Wei nodded after hearing her explanation and continued to explain, "The truth of the matter is the fact that all of us that came to the trial came from powerful sects or dynasties with tremendous amount of luck. As such, wouldn't it be easier to just absorb the luck of our own faction? The answer is no. The reason for such is because we know the consequence of absorbing from such powerful luck. As such, we set our sight into a small world like yours due to the fact that the laws of karma are very weak here. As long as we establish a prosperous dynasty in this world, then we can absorb a bit of luck without suffering from karmic retributions. The more prosperous the dynasty we establish, the more luck we can take. After we leave, we will have settled our karmic debts. Although we stole a little bit of luck from this world, we return it with a powerful and prosperous dynasty. Our cause and effect are then settled." Upon hearing this, both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifan were shocked. They did not expect that a simple trial like this would involve such profound understanding and insight into the Tao of karma. Yu Siyu secretly sighed for the third time today. She sighed on how such a young generation of the higher realm have such deep understanding into the Tao. Compared to the cultivators of their world, after getting all the information she needed, Dong Lifan asked straightforwardly, "How can I help you, young Master Wang Wei? I'm here to make a deal with you." "Deal? What kind of deal?" "When the time is right, I need your highness to become my empress and rule the dynasty with me." After hearing this, both Yu Siyu and Dong Lifan were shocked. Then the princess said, "I did not expect that young Master Wang Wei was just like all the young masters of this kingdom and lusted after my beauty and prestige." Wang Wei looked at her and laughed out loud for a few seconds. "Did I say something wrong? After all of those eloquent speeches, didn't young Master Wang Wei just want to use me to buy the people's hearts?" Wang Wei took another sip of tea after finishing laughing. Then he said, "The fact that you are insinuating that I'm the same kind of person as those scums is probably the greatest offense that I have ever received in my life so far. As for me lusting after your beauty, let's put it that way, princess. In my life, I will probably have only one Dao companion that accompanies me through countless trials and tribulations. And you, princess, have not come even remotely close to fit my requirements for a companion." Wang Wei then paused for a moment to reheat the tea while the princess had an unconvinced look on her face. After warming the tea, Wang Wei looked at the princess straight in the eyes and said, "Princess, you seem to have gotten something wrong. I do not need your help to take over this kingdom. As a matter of fact, this kingdom will fall in my hands one way or another. It is only a matter of time. The reason for asking for your help is to speed up the process and minimize the unnecessary casualties when I do so." Dong Lifan suddenly realized that this man was right. With this young master strength alone, maybe he could easily take over this kingdom. And there is a high chance that this person has other people behind to help him. And if that were to happen, there is nothing she could do to stop it. After thinking about this, cold sweat started to fall on her back. Suddenly, Yu Siyu spoke and asked, "Young master, since you say that you are here to make a deal, there must be other benefits for Funer to help you?" "Of course," said Wang Wei while thinking that old ginger is always spicier than young one. "As a reward for help, I will provide her with knowledge, pills, and higher cultivation methods from my world. Additionally, as long as she helps me manage the dynasty properly, I can still promise to take her back to my world if she wishes to. Of course, as her master, you are also more than welcome to come with us." After hearing this, Yu Siyu wanted to immediately agree. This was an opportunity to forever change her life. However, she knew that this was an important decision for her disciples to make and did not say anything. After looking at her disciples' pensive look, she told Wang Wei, "Young Master Wang Wei, if you do not mind, could please give us a few days to consider?" After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and answered, "No problem, I can give you a week to decide." After saying this, he stood up and looked at the princess. "In fact, you do not need to worry about the so-called marriage between us as it is simply a deal. I can even swear a Dao oath not to force you to do anything that you did not want to. As long as you accomplish your official duties as the dynasty's empress, everything else will be fine." After saying this, Wang Wei moved quickly and instantly disappeared from the room, not forgetting to remove the isolation formation he previously placed in this room. Meanwhile, Princess Dong Lifan was thinking about the biggest decision of her life that will probably decide the fate of the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom, and maybe even the whole world. Chapter 96. After a week, Princess Dong Lifan and her master Yu Siyu met Wang Wei and his group in a private room of a restaurant. The princess was once again surprised. Although she could not tell the cultivation level of these people, however, given how respectful her master was to these young people, she could guess that they were in the same realm as young Master Wang Wei. Many of her previous skepticism were removed after this meeting. Especially when she saw how beautiful both Wang Ju and Yan Liling were, she knew that young Master Wang Wei did not lie when he said he was not after her beauty. Inside, everyone was eating and drinking tea. After taking a sip of tea, Dong Lifan had an ugly look on her face. Ever since she tasted the Longxue tea, every other tea she drank tasted like piss to her. "So, princess, have you made a decision?" asked Wang Wei. Dong Lifan nodded her head and said, "Yes, young master, after thinking about it, I decided to work with you." "Wise decision. After saying this, Wang Wei waved his head to Wang Ju, who placed 3 things on the table: a book, 2 bottles of pills, and a brocade box. After opening the brocade box, 2 rings laid there. Then he explained, "These 2 rings are space rings. I noticed that this thing is actually quite precious in your world, so this is the first gift I give you to show my sincerity to work with you." In these 2 bottles of pills, one contained blood-nourishing pills, which can increase your cultivation of blood qi by at least 3 times. In the second bottle, there is a very precious pill known as the Foundation Reinforcement Pill. As the name suggests, this pill can actually strengthen the foundation of a person. I have prepared this pill especially for your master. After she takes it, her normal foundation can increase to a holy foundation without having to abolish her cultivation and start over. You became excited as soon as she heard this. After knowing the secrets of the different foundations, she guessed that the young master will probably prove her disciple with a way to have a better foundation. However, she worried about herself. She had already stepped into the divine sea realm and her foundation was already set. Her disciples told her to abolish her cultivation and start over. However, she could not make a decision. After all, she has been cultivating for more than 250 years. As such, it is not easy to just abandon everything just like that. Now, she did not have to make the decision. With this pill, she has hope for a better foundation, thus also hoped for reaching higher realms. Young master, these 2 things are indeed very precious, so I would like to thank you. I've always wanted a space ring of my own, however, only Royal Father has one and he refused to give it to me. What about the book? Asked the princess with a bright smile. This book will allow you to cast a supreme foundation. What about the Dao Foundation? You are very ambitious, suddenly said Yan Liling. Do you have any idea how precious such a book is even in our world? How many people would kill to have it? If any news of this method were to leak out, countless people would not hesitate to destroy this little world for it. Yan Liling's words woke up the princess from her moment of greed. She apologized and started to read the cultivation technique, however a gleam of desire and determination flashed deep in her eyes. After going over the cultivation method briefly, she looked at Wang Wei and asked, "Is this technique incomplete?" "Of course, princess. Although you and I entered an alliance, you have not made any accomplishment to our cause. How can I just hand you such a powerful cultivation method?" Dong Lifin nodded, however, she was not happy about this. After noticing her mood, Wang Wei explained, "You do not need to worry, as long as you accomplish the task given to you, the rest of the technique will also be given to you. Furthermore, I specially chose a cultivation that perfectly matches your dream manifestation soul. This technique came from a very powerful sect in our world called the Eternal Dream Sect, and they have trained more than one great emperor that cultivates the Tao of Dream. Although this technique is not their best, it can also be considered in the top 20. The only reason that Wang Wei had access to this technique was due to the fact that the Eternal Dream Sect was a very close ally of the Tao Opening Sect. At one point, the 2 sects even exchanged scriptures as a form of alliance. Although they did not exchange emperor scriptures, many supreme-level methods were exchanged. Wang Wei read about a few of them in the library and remembered them. "Young master, what do I need to do?" asked the princess after calming down from both disappointment and excitement. After hearing her words, Wang Wei took a few talismans from his space ring and separated them. This talisman is called the Communication Talisman, which is used for us to communicate no matter the distance. "Oh, so it's like the Flying Pigeon Hex?" "Flying Pigeon Hex?" Seeing the confusion in Wang Wei's face, the princess explained that the so-called Flying Pigeon Hex is actually what cultivators use in this world to communicate. After the explanation, Wang Wei understood that this pigeon hex is actually just another name for the communication talisman in this world, except that it transmits written letters instead of direct voice. As for the reason it has such a weird name, well, according to the princess, since mortals used flying pigeons to send letters, the inventor of this talisman just used the same name. Wang Wei was speechless after hearing about this. Although he and his team have information about a lot of things in this world, it will take some time for them to adapt to the culture. Wang Wei took a moment to remove the distracting thought from his head. Then he explained the purpose of the other talismans to the princess. You need to place these talismans in different places of the capital city. Their purpose is to prevent any communication from formation or talismans from reaching there, essentially isolating the capital from the rest of the kingdom. In addition, princess, you need to use your own people to intercept any messengers coming from anywhere in the kingdom. If there is any information about our actions, you need to prevent it from reaching the royal family. And if you cannot stop the message, then at least reduce the level of threat we seem to pose to the upper echelons of the kingdom. After saying this, Wang Ju handed Dong Lifan a map of the places that the talismans need to be placed. Soon afterward, Princess Dong Lifan and her quiet master secretly left the restaurant. Few seconds after their departure, Yan Liling asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, do you really trust her just like that? What if she betrays us after gaining all the benefits?" "You do need to worry about this," responded Wang Wei. "I already have Wang Ju secretly monitor the princess at all times. And if she betrays us, then we just have to kill her. She is not that essential to the overall situation." Wang Wei was calm when he said this. To him, the princess was nothing but a way for him to speed up the process of capturing this kingdom. If she cooperates with him, he will not treat her badly. This could be seen by the fact that he used a precious supreme tier technique to motivate her. However, if she decides to betray him, he will not hesitate to kill her, then use more fierce and brutal means to capture this kingdom. "So, big brother, which place are we going to attack first?" asked Li Jun with a fierce fighting intent on his eyes. Wang Wei could swear that this guy began to look more and more like the ancient desolate emperor. "The borders are our main target first. I don't want this country to be breached by others while I'm slowly building power. As such, we must control all the border cities and states." After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Did you get all the information I asked for?" Due to the limited time, we only gathered a few pieces of evidence. However, by the time we arrive at the borders, everything should be ready and prepared. "That's good. We have to hurry now given how much ahead a lot of our competitors already are." After that, Wang Wei and the three others journeyed for a whole half a month before arriving at the borders. The groups arrived at a city called Iron Wall City, which is a border city that prevents the advancement of the Iron Fist Kingdom. The Iron Fist Kingdom is famous in the eastern regions due to its mad monarch. The monarch believes that war is the only thing that can fuel the existence of humanity. Without war, a man cannot be considered a man. Without war, a man cannot be considered to be alive. As such, the Iron Fist Kingdom is always fighting with its neighboring kingdoms. What's even worse is the fact that the majority of the people of the kingdom actually agree with the Mad King. Wang Wei's first step of action is to take control of the Iron Wall City and establish a foundation before taking over the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom. Chapter 97. After arriving in Iron Wall City, Wang Wei was a little surprised. Just like the name implied, this city is surrounded by a massive wall that is at least 500 meters in height and more than 20 meters in width. The thickness of the wall was between 2 to 3 meters. Considering the backward technology of this world, Wang Wei was indeed a little surprised. It seemed that he underestimated the people of this world. After entering the city, Wang Wei's group met with generals 1 to 5, who had a head start from the group. There, Wang Wei received a map of the city and the general distribution of power. The entire city was divided into 4 districts: the Noble District, the Merchant District, the Common District, and the Military District. The Noble District is where the nobles and city lord live. It is the political center of this city. The Merchant District is where the majority of trades take place. As a border city, despite the constant war, trades between other countries often take place. Of course, the majority of these trades are technically illegal. However, merchants are people who pursue profit. As long as they can make money, there is nothing that they will not do. The Military District is where the border army is located. It is led by General Dong Wu, a peak divine sea cultivator. He basically controls all the armed forces of this city. The Common District is the largest area with the highest population, but also the one with least amount of wealth. Due to the fact that this city is constantly at war, the life of the majority people is used only as cannon fodder through constant recruitment into the army. However, they are willing because it is the only way for them to receive a little bit of food. Furthermore, as long as the population decreased to a certain number, a large number of new blood will be brought over from the hinterland of the kingdom. Another source of population was the refugees from other kingdoms that have lost their homes during the many wars. After reviewing the information, Wang Wei started his plan into motion. Soon, a rumor of someone handing food and clothes 5 days later spread throughout the common district. Many people became excited at the prospect of finally having something to eat. On the day publicized by the rumors, Wang Wei stood in front of a stall with countless food. He hired a few people to hand out the food and a few people to pose as an army to make sure that the people did not fight over the food. This altruistic act of Wang Wei continued for half a year. During this time, he will go distribute food to the poor almost every week. On top of that, Wang Wei opened up schools to teach people how to write and read. Throughout this time, he preached to the people the concept of benevolence and self-worth. He told them that they have the right to pursue their goals and dreams, and that they are not the so-called untouchables that the nobles called them. With his actions and constant preaching of a positive message, Wang Wei's popularity among the common people rose like a comet. The people gave him the title of the Wise Sage. Of course, during the process, there were some minor problems. When the nobles heard what he was doing, they sent someone to warn him. Education was the main way that these nobles kept their power over the common people. How could they allow someone else to make it universal? After Wang Wei ignored their warning, they sent all kinds of assassins to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, none of these assassins came back alive. Military District, General Mansion. A burly man with a scar on his face sat in an office reviewing a bunch of papers. The man exuded a stench of blood. A powerful fiend qi was coming out of his body. This was General Dong Wu, commander of the Iron Wall City. After reviewing the information that his advisor handed to him, one piece of information caught his attention. Who is this wise sage? Do we have any information on him? Sir, the only thing we know is the fact that this person is also a very powerful cultivator, but he has been doing good deeds in the common district, answered the advisor, who resembled a weak scholar. However, he had a shrewd look deep in his eyes. This person's prestige is too high and it is very easy for him to incite a rebellion among the people. Why didn't I hear about this sooner? Sir, as soon as I noticed this person, I sent the information to you. However, you were busy fighting the Iron Fist Kingdom at the fortress, so I never received any news back. I did not dare to make any decision on my own. The people of the Iron Fist Kingdom were crazy again, so I was a little occupied. However, now that I know about this, it's time to put an end to this so-called wise sage. Send the Blood Wolf army to surround him and execute him in the spot. There is no need for that. I'm already here. Both General Dong Wu and his advisor were shocked by the sudden voice that intruded into the room without them even realizing it. Who dares to trespass in this general's resting place? Roared General Dong Wu with all his strength. Soon, he saw a handsome gray hair and gray eyes teenager slowly walking towards them. His heart suddenly skipped a beat as he had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen to him and this city. General Dong Wu trusted his instinct very well as it saved him from countless life and death situations during his expeditions. Wang Wei looked at the general and said, "You are quite flexible in your thinking. Using this roar to alert your subordinates that something has gone wrong. Unfortunately, it is of no use." After saying this, Wang Wei released a powerful aura that forced both General Dong Wu and his advisor to kneel, then he sat in a chair waiting. After half an hour, he felt that someone had intruded in the isolation formation that he placed on this room. When he looked up, he saw Li Jun and 5 other people walking inside the room with blood all over their armors. "Is everything done?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes, big brother. With General 1 to 5 infiltrating the army, we were able to easily control more than 90% of the army. And like you ordered, we tried to minimize the casualties to the lowest number possible. What about the remaining 10%? They are all people who are deadly loyal to General Dongwu. As such, we have arrested them, waiting for you to decide what to do with them." Wang Wei nodded and looked at the 5 generals beside Li Jun and said, "You guys did a good job this time. Keep it up and soon you will be rewarded." General 1 smiled and answered, "We are only doing our job, young master. Furthermore, this task was easier than it seemed. With advanced military training methods and sufficient rewards, it was quite easy to have the majority of men be only loyal to us. Additionally, advisor Zhao Feng made the process a lot more smooth." Wang Wei nodded in agreement, then looked at the advisor next to General Dongwu and praised, "You hold up the end of your bargain now, it is my turn." After saying this, he removed the pressure on Zhao Feng and took out a book and a space ring and handed it to him. Meanwhile, General Dongwu was both shocked and furious. You betrayed me. After everything I've done for you and all the things we have gone together, you betrayed me for a book and a ring?" However, Zhao Feng just looked at Dongwu and sneered at him. Then, he started to read the book like it was the most precious jade in existence. No, maybe even the purest of jades could not compare with this book. Meanwhile, Wang Wei completely ignored the brother betrayal drama that these two were putting on. He asked Li Jun, "Is there anything else that we need to take care of?" "Yes, big brother. Although we have taken control over the military of this city, there is still another army positioned at a fortress a few hundred meters from this city. They are the main force fighting against the Iron Will Kingdom and we need to take control of them as soon as possible." After hearing this, Wang Wei nodded and looked at General Dongwu. "Do you want to live or die a very miserable death?" The general answered with a very calm look on his face, "You can kill me if you want, but I will never succumb to anyone. You people just wait, the royal family will never tolerate rebellious officials." After seeing the firm determination in this man's eyes, Wang Wei knew that this person would never betray his kingdom for his life. So, he changed tactics. "General 2, bring him to Wang Ju and tell her to use hypnosis and have him write an edict that transfers the military power of the fortress to General 1. Also tell her to keep him alive, we may need him in the future." Of course Wang Wei could have done it himself with his powerful soul, however what is the point of having subordinates if he has to do everything by himself? With Wang Ju's divine body cultivation, she is more than capable of doing this. Although her cultivation is sealed, she still has a powerful soul because of her realm. Over the years, after starting to cultivate, Wang Wei has discovered that he has a natural talent when it comes to controlling the soul. This was shown when he used his powerful soul to easily intimidate the princess during their conversation. He guessed that it has to do with the fact that he spent countless years floating in the void in the form of a soul when he was swallowed by the space cracks back on Earth. After giving his order to General 2, Wang Wei looked at General 1 and asked, "Do you know what to do?" "No problem, young master. Give me 3 months, no, 2 months, and I will have the entire fortress under my command." "Very good. All of you can go rest now. Tomorrow, we can finish discussing our future plans." Chapter 98. In the next few days, Wang Wei's group slowly started to reorganize the military district and thoroughly control it. Wang Wei was lucky because he soon realized that General Dongwu was a person obsessed with power, especially when it comes to military or force. In the entire Iron Wall City, the general controls any group that can be considered to be armed force. From the daily patrol of the city to the guards standing on the wall, from the martial art halls to the lawless gangs in the city. His hand reached in every aspect of these things. Even the escort service that merchants used to protect their goods had General Dongwu's secret hand behind the scenes. Due to this, he essentially rendered all the nobles powerless. The only force that the nobles of Iron Wall City have are the guards that they secretly trained. Even then, the nobles were forced to control the number in order not to warn the general. However, as a compromise, General Dongwu handed all the political and economical power of this city to the nobles as long as they do not interfere with the military's livelihood. Inside the general's manor, Wang Wei was reviewing a lot of information about the city situation when 3 people walked into his room. Without raising his head, he asked, "Wang Ju, did you accomplish the task I gave you? Yes, young master. General Dong Wu was hypnotized and wrote the edict. General 1 already left for the fortress. However, despite many torture, the general refuses to acknowledge his allegiance. It's not just him that is stubborn. Many of the soldiers in the army are loyal only to him and also refuse to obey our orders. Added Li Jun. Wang Wei thought for a few seconds before ordering to just execute these disobeying soldiers. However, he still kept Dong Wu alive. Given the fact he has the same last name of this kingdom's royal family, he might be useful in the future. After that, Wang Wei asked Yan Liling if she had anything to report, and she answered, "Big brother Wang Wei, we are running out of money, food, and spiritual materials. With the good deeds we did in the past 6 months, most of our wealth is almost gone. With you asking me to crush a few nourishing pills and add it to the food we serve the people of the common district, a lot of spiritual ingredients were used in the process. Not to mention we had to secretly provide General 1 to 5 with special pills to bribe or woo the soldiers. Most of the gold, silver, and food we stole on our way from the capital is almost gone." "Why did we have to put nourishing pills in the food we distributed in the common district?" suddenly asked Li Jun. "Well, it is because we need to train a strong army as fast as possible. The majority of people in the common district are weak, thin, and malnourished. However, they are still the main place necessary to recruit troops in the future. With the nourishing pills, a lot of strong men were brought back to peak physical conditions in just a few months, and many young people had established a strong foundation. As such, when we recruit troops there, not only will the people easily accept being enlisted, it will be easier and faster to train them into a powerful and usable army." Everyone nodded after figuring out Wang Wei's process. As such, Li Jun added, "Back in the sect, I've trained an army of cultivators before, but I have never trained a mortal army before. This should be an exciting experience. With these healthy people, it will be much easier for them to train in the military's martial arts." Wang Wei agrees with Li Jun. This world's martial arts make it easier to properly train an army, especially resources-wise. Training a cultivating army takes countless time and resources. This is the reason that only the Blood Wolf army under General Dong Wu is made up of cultivators. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "You do not need to worry about the problem of money and materials. My next step of action will solve our problems." After saying this, Wang Wei ordered Wang Ju to proceed to the next step of the plan. A few days later, Merchant District, in a public square, General 2 and 3 brought an elite group of soldiers. In front of them stood numerous merchants waiting. Then, General 5 started reading out loud an edict drafted by General Dong Wu. As soon as he finished, a commotion appeared among the merchants. "What? We have to hand 90% of our food and gold to the army. It hasn't been a year since the last food draft, and now, you are already asking for more? Last time we only had to offer 60% of our food, and now you are asking for 90%? On top of that, you guys are also asking for our gold. How can we make any profit with how things are being run in this city?" Countless people started arguing and denouncing General 2 and 3 for being ruthless. All the merchants were not happy. "So, you guys are not willing to hand over the food and gold? Can I see your actions as an act of rebellion against General Dong Wu's order?" said General 2 with a killing intent in his eyes. Following him, the soldiers behind him also released their killing intent. As elite soldiers that have experienced countless slaughter, their killing intents were not something that a bunch of rich and fat merchants could bear. So, the majority of them lowered their heads and decided to hand over their stored food, gold, and spiritual materials. However, a few people refused to back down. To them, money was more important than their life. Without hesitation, General 2 ordered the soldiers to slaughter the people that resisted and confiscated all their wealth. After seeing the massacres of their fellow merchants, the rest of them became obedient and did not hide anything. As for those who thought they were smart and decided to hide the amount of wealth they had, they were soon discovered under the investigation of General 2 and 3. These people suffered the same fate as the disobedient ones. These were all Wang Wei's orders. He had no sympathy for these merchants who leached on the life of the common people. If it was not due to the fact that these merchants were a necessary part for him to build a prosperous dynasty, he would have taken all of their wealth instead of leaving 10% to them. However, the same cannot be said for the nobles of this city. If the merchants are just a chronic disease, then the nobles are malignant tumors. They all need to be destroyed. And that is exactly what Wang Wei did. After securing the logistics of his team, he sent all the troops available in his hands to encircle the noble district and arrested all the nobles there. Then, in front of all the people of the common district, he showed them evidence of the crimes that these nobles had committed. With a recording crystal brought from his own world, Wang Ju and his spy group recorded all kinds of atrocious crimes. From raping, murder, selling children, and distributing drugs to the common people to get them addicted and prevent them from rising. Some nobles even had some sick habits like eating people and children. All these crimes were exposed to the people. With this evidence and Wang Wei's prestige as the wise sage, the people were incited to revolt against the royal family. Taking advantage of this moment of excitement, Wang Wei recruited many strong and healthy male into the army. Then he spent another year and a half training a proper army. With General Wan taking over the Iron Fortress, Wang Wei used the battle between the Iron Fist Kingdom to quickly hone the fighting abilities of his new army. Through constant battles, in just a year and a half, these new soldiers turned into elite under the precise guidance of Li Jun. After that, Wang Wei officially launched his rebellion. In just 3 years, he had captured 12 of the 72 states of the Eastern Reign Kingdom. Wang Wei had to admit that the Princess Dong Lifan did a terrific job in keeping the royal family in the dark. She managed to buy him more than 5 years of time. However, the news was soon leaked and the royal family acted strongly and swiftly after that. One day, while in the army barracks and reviewing information about the progress of the army's marching, Wang Wei suddenly felt a powerful aura heading in his direction. He left his office and looked in the direction of the aura. There, he saw an old man quickly approaching them. He could tell that this old man was a divine altar realm cultivator. Well, the response was quite intense, muttered Wang Wei as he could tell that this man was most likely one of the ancestors of the royal family used as a powerful deterrent. Just the fact that they were willing to wake him up from his seal showed that the royal family took their rebellion very seriously and ought to use the swiftest means to put it to an end. Chapter 99. Wang Wei looked at the approaching old man with a calm face. He did not care for the fact that this person was in the divine altar. He could see at a single glance that this person had only about 100 divine veins engraved on his altar. Meanwhile, he had 360 divine veins. In the divine altar realm, a cultivator can have a maximum of 365 divine veins. More than 90 veins were considered the middle of the realm, more than 180 veins were considered the high of the realm, while more than 270 were considered the peak of the realm. In the last 7 years he spent waiting for the trial to begin, he had already entered the high divine altar realm. Meanwhile, in the past 5 years in this plane, he managed to reach the peak using a lot of the origin sources he brought back from the sect. Wang Wei also knew that he was not the only one who had reached such a cultivation level. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling had reached the peak of the divine altar realm, with only a few divine veins behind him. Thinking about this, Wang Wei realized that he has been cultivating for almost 50 years now, making him technically in his 60s. If you add the near 30 years from his past life, he is an old man in his 90s. At this age, he should have grandkids and maybe even great-grandkids. Yet, in the world of cultivation, he is still nothing but a toddler. While Wang Wei's mind was drifting faster than a whipped horse, the cultivator of the royal family soon arrived. It was an old man with a long face, squinty eyes and white beard. However, he was very skinny, almost to the point of his bones appearing under his black robe. Wang Wei knew that this was a result of him sealing himself to continue his almost finished lifespans. When Dong Si arrived, he saw a young and handsome boy with gray eyes and hair waiting for him. He frowned because he could not tell the cultivation level of this person. However, with the obvious physical features, he realized that this person was the wise sage that incited the rebellion and his target this time. However, things seemed to be more tricky than he previously imagined. And things got worse for Dongxi. Soon, he saw another young boy coming out to meet. This person had a terrible fighting intent deep in his eyes. What's worse was the fact he could feel the aura on this boy, and it was similar to him, the divine altar realm. To be specific, the aura was even more powerful than him. However, Dongxi did not back down despite the odds being against him. Wise sage Wang Wei, god of war, Li Jun I assumed, said Dongxi with a hoarse and powerful voice. Are you one of the ancestors of the Dong royal family? Asked Wang Wei. That is correct. You can address me as Dongxi. Old man Dongxi. Can I call you that? I'll just call you that. Old man Dongxi, I can honestly see that it is quite difficult for a person like you to reach such a realm in a low plane like this one. Wouldn't it be a shame to just die like this, for no reason? How about this, I'll provide you with a pill that will extend your life for 5 to 10 years, then you work for me. And if you do not wish to betray the royal family, that's fine too. I can still give you the pill, as long as you can convince the other ancestors and the king to stop resisting and peacefully hand over the kingdom. I can promise to provide the same pills to the dying ancestors, and I can promise to provide a place for the royal family in my new dynasty. Of course, that is if they follow the laws that I made. Otherwise, old man Dongxi was not surprised by the way Wang Wei talked about their world. Throughout the years, many kingdoms of this world have gotten the news of a bunch of extraterrestrial demons that have invaded their world. Each of them seemed very young and powerful. And they all have the same objectives, establishing their own dynasty. Many kingdoms have chosen to bow and swear their allegiances to these extraterrestrial demons, while others decided to fight them and capture them to extract information about their world from them. Unfortunately for Dongxi, the Eastern Rain Kingdom has decided to fight no matter the outcome. As such, despite the fact that he was tempted by the offer, he still refused. He was born and trained by the royal family. Even when his lifespan reached its end, it was the family that used the precious sealing array and bloodstones to allow him to enter deep sleep and prevent him from dying. As such, he will use his last remaining breath to do something meaningful for the kingdom before his death. Dongxi sighed and began to mobilize his origin chi. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of deep red blood. It was his blood essence or source blood. At the very least, the tiny last bit he had left. The next moment, his body became even more thin. His ribs could be easily seen, and he looked like even the wind could easily break him. However, Dongxi did not care about this. When he came here, he was prepared not to return. After which, he took out the gourd that was hanging from his side and dropped the blood essence into the gourd, which immediately started to shine. The aura on the gourd increased from a top-tier profound-grade magical weapon to a low-tier earth-grade one. After seeing this, Wang Wei also sighed and waved his head to the side. Then, Li Jun also took an earth-grade weapon, but his was a spear. Li Jun then walked toward Dongxi and waited for him to finish preparing. He has this level of confidence in himself. After finishing his preparation, Dongxi waved his hand and the gourd spewed out a large amount of water heading straight to Li Jun. With hesitation, Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and coated his spear with it, which in turn lit up the color red. He stabbed the oncoming water. With a boom sound, both the attacks clashed, which resulted in powerful winds destroying the surrounding 100 meters. Meanwhile, Li Jun was quite surprised at this attack. He thought this was just normal water or elemental attack. After fighting in the army the past 3 years, he realized that the cultivators in this world focused heavily on spells or origin ability instead of martial arts. Although they cultivate the origin path like the cultivators in the Myriad Emperor world, they seem to have separated the spell and the martial arts of the origin system. When they fight, the cultivators of this world usually use all kinds of spells from a far distance and do not really fight head-on. To Li Jun, this approach is very stupid given how much origin chi is drained when using spells in the early stage of the origin system. especially when most cultivators in this world are in the divine sea realm and cannot control the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Without the ability to control spiritual qi in the environment, cultivators have to use their own origin qi to make spells more powerful, thus rapidly draining their qi. Adding the fact that most cultivators in the world only have a normal foundation when they break through the divine sea realm, the amount of origin qi in their body is already pitiful. Yet they still used it in such a wasteful way. Most of them cannot continue to fight after using a few dozen spells. This is also one of the reasons that mortal martial arts has such a high status in this world. As long as the martial artist's body is strong enough, he could kite a cultivator until their origin qi ran out and fight them head-on. Back to the fight. After Li Jun clashed head-on with the water, he realized that this particular water was actually heavy. The whole thing has a weight of a couple of 100,000s of kg. As such, after the initial clash, Li Jun was forced backward by Dong Si. However, he was not really affected. He mobilized the divine veins in his altar which he modeled after the battle tower in the sect, and controlled the spiritual qi in the air. He stabbed his spear again. This time, however, he exploded the spiritual qi at the tip of his spear, effectively scattering the water all over the air. Then he rushed towards Dong Si. However, Old Man Dong Si had many experiences fighting with martial arts that came close to him. As such, without hesitation he used his gourd who suddenly expanded in size and blocked Li Jun's attack. Then he used the shockwave of the weapon clashing to distance himself from Li Jun, while at the same time regathering the scattered water he had previously used. Dong Si spit a mouthful of blood, but ignored this, then quickly chanted a spell. The water turned into a dragon, and flew towards Li Jun. Li Jun stabbed his spear again, then a 15 meters long red spear image came out of his weapon and flew towards the dragon. Boom! The air trembled and exploding sound echoed in the plane they were fighting in. Even the citizens and soldiers inside the city a few hundred meters away could hear the sound of the explosion. The water dragon was once again dispersed, however. Before Li Jun could make another move, the scattered water turned into marble-like size and started falling downwards. Li Jun immediately felt something was wrong as the color of the water had turned black. Without hesitation, he covered himself with his origin qi and started blocking the black rain. Li Jun moved his spear very fast, blocking every single drop of water that came at him, thus creating countless after-images of his spear moving. After the rain stopped falling, Old Man Dong Si was breathing really hard. Meanwhile, Li Jun looked terrible. His clothes had many holes and he looked like a beggar. In fact, he was not even the slightest injured due to his origin qi protecting him, however the same cannot be said for his clothes. Li Jun looked at the ground around and noticed countless marble-size holes in a diameter of 50 meters around. It looked like a mole digger had done quite the number in the environment. Li Jun looked at Dong Si and said, "It seems that I have underestimated the cultivators of this world. Alright, let's end this charade." After saying that, Li Jun moved and appeared a few meters behind Dong Si. Although he looked like he teleported, this was just due to the fact the moved so rapidly that the normal eyes could not notice. In fact, even Dong Si did not notice how Li Jun moved instantly behind him. However, his many years of experience could feel the threat from his backs, so he tried to protect himself and move out the way. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. Li Jun mobilized his killing intent and imbued it into his spear, then threw it at Dong Su. Old Man Dong Si only heard the sound of the air whistling, then he knew he was in danger. He tried to mobilize his origin qi to protect him and buy him enough time to dodge, but a sudden killing intent entered his divine sea and started to destroy his origin qi. Without the time to dodge and any protection, the spear effortlessly pierced Dong Si into his heart from the back, making him throw up another mouthful of blood. However, it did not stop there. The force of Li Jun's spear carried Dong Si's body and traveled in the air for more than 100 meters before hanging his already dead body on the wall of the city. Chapter 100. Wang Wei watched the whole fight with satisfaction. Although Li Jun underestimated his opponent, it did not matter, as long as he learned from his mistake. Furthermore, he recognized that the last spear throw was actually a move from the Heaven Fighting Scripture, the Emperor Scripture created by the Battle Maniac Emperor. It allowed Li Jun to easily manipulate things like fighting will or killing intent. In the later stage, it can easily turn these concepts into physical manifestations instead of just spiritual ones. After the fight, the two of them returned to the city and calmed the citizens who were previously panicking. After that, both Wang Wei and Li Jun entered the main barrack to discuss the next military strategies. After the royal family discovers their actions, the fighting will intensify dramatically. Inside the room, there was a map of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and a sandbox of the terrain of the next city they are about to attack. On the map, the kingdom was divided into layers. A group of cities together formed a county, and a bunch of counties created a state. Together, 72 states formed the entire Eastern Rain Kingdom. On the map, 12 of the states had pins on them, indicating they had been conquered. After entering the barrack, both General 4 and 5 saluted Wang Wei and Li Jun. "How is the situation on the border?" asked Wang Wei. "Still stable. General 1 has prevented the Iron Fist Kingdom from breaching into our borders after they discovered the current state of the kingdom. General 2 has recently fought against the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom. They also seem to have the intention of intervening while we are still fighting with the royal family. As for the border of the territory of the Black Moon sect, General 3 has sent news that the sect seem to be very quiet. There is a chance that they might want to reunite with the other kingdoms and attack us from the rear." Wang Wei pondered for a moment. Due to the vast land of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, it has 3 borders in the western side: the Iron Fist Kingdom, the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, and the Black Moon sect, who also controlled a vast amount of territory. After a brief moment, he ordered, "Tell General 3 to start attacking the territory of the Black Moon sect to distract them. He has to make sure that these 3 kingdoms do not form an alliance no matter the circumstances. As for the other 2, tell them to keep the defense as tight as possible until we manage to conquer the entire kingdom." After checking that he did not oversee anything, Wang Wei asked, "What about Wang Ju? Any news from her?" "Yes, young master," answered General 5 this time. Miss Wang Ju reported that she has taken control over all of the brothels under young lady Su Ai and has managed to spread them throughout the rest of the world. According to her report, in just 2 to 3 years, she can cover all the kingdoms in this world. Wang Wei nodded with a smile on his face. Wang Ju always did her jobs properly and to the utmost satisfaction. A few seconds later, someone came to notify Wang Wei that someone was looking for him. With a puzzled look, he asked to bring the person in. Soon, a beautiful woman with a charming smile walked inside the meeting room. As soon as she entered, both Generals 4 and 5 seemed to have lost their minds. Their eyes could not separate from her, and few drooling saliva fell from their mouths. If it was not Li Jun to slap them in the back of their head and wake them up, they probably would have further embarrassed themselves. "It seems that you have made your breakthrough, Miss Su Ai," said Wang Wei with a happy smile on his face. "Even so, my charm has no effect on you, young Master Wang Wei," answered Su Ai with a coquettish smile on her face. Seeing the nonchalant smile on Wang Wei's face, Su Ai was a little discouraged, but she did not show it. "I would like to thank you, young master, for providing me with all these resources. Without you, I will not be able to enter the divine altar realm so soon." "There is no need to thank me. Without you, we would not be able to have such a solid foundation in this world. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. Who knows, maybe one day, you could awaken your bloodline just like the Ten Tails Great Emperor and be able to compete with me." After hearing this, Su Ai sighed with sadness and regret. The demon race is a race that places heavy emphasis on bloodline. And among the many bloodlines of the demon race, the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox race can only be considered medium. Although they are way much better than these demonic beasts that have to reach the supernatural realm, Tier 4, to even turn into human form, they are not even close to being the top in the demon hierarchy. What's even worse was the fact that all the women of the Nine-Tails Fox clan are very beautiful women. As such, they are always in demand by other demon clans with royal bloodlines, which are demons clans who inherited their bloodlines from great emperors. The Fox clan has survived countless years by offering their most beautiful woman to other demon clans. However, they always hoped to one day become a member of the royal family themselves. And they had a great chance too. One time, a genius woman was born in the Nine-Tail Fox clan. Her name was Su Weiwei. After her birth, the clans tested her bloodline and discovered that it had mutated into 10 tails instead of 9. The entire clan celebrated and believed that she was the key for them to become a royal bloodline. As long as she manages to win the Heaven Will, then their Fox clan would rise and no longer be forced to serve the other demon clans. As such, they decided to hide Su Weiwei's talent. Unfortunately, she was eventually discovered. Many demon royal families then place pressure on the Fox clan to hand her over or face extinction. After much discussion, the majority of the Fox clan decided to hand over Su Weiwei. At this point in time, the Fox clan was so used to bowing their heads in front of the other clans that they were not willing to fight for the opportunity given to them to fight for their clan's future. And they paid dearly for their decisions. Su Weiwei was not like the other Fox clans. She refused to spend the rest of her life being the plaything for some other demons. As such, after receiving the news that the clan had abandoned her, she escaped without hesitation. After receiving the news, the other royal families were furious and further threatening to annihilate the Fox clans. In order to make amends to the other clans, the elders of the Fox clan used bloodline origin spells to track Su Weiwei and led other demon clans to chase her. Since then, Su Weiwei's life has been constantly on the run. Everywhere she went, the demon clan would send someone after her. The running lasted for thousands of years or more. It wasn't until she became a saint that she managed to find a way to hide her bloodline powers and escape. After that, Su Weiwei disappeared in front of the world. Many people thought that she was either dead in a distant corner of the world or secretly captured by one of the demon clans in order to study the mutation of her bloodline. However, everyone was soon proven wrong. When the Heaven Will of that generation appeared, Su Weiwei once again showed and fought for it. With an unparalleled illusion technique, she easily killed all the heaven chosen of the demon races and suppressed all the ones from the human race. Then she bore the Heaven Will and proved the Tao. She took the name of 10 Tails Great Emperor. After becoming emperor, she did go on a killing spree or take revenge on the people who had pursued her all her life. No, she completely ignored them, even the Fox race. All she did after proving the Tao was preaching to the whole world, just like every other emperor has done. Then she vanished without a trace. The 10-tail Great Emperor can be considered the shortest ruling Great Emperor of the myriad emperor plane. As for the Fox Demon Clan, well, it was a terrible loss for them. They lost the chance to further their bloodline and to have an emperor scripture. They essentially threw away their only chance at becoming a royal demon clans. After this incident, the other royal demons feared the bloodline of the Nine-Tail clan and went to great lengths to suppress them. Until this generation, with the help of the Tao opening sect and the decisiveness of their matriarch, the Fox Demon Clan escaped to the central continent. After seeing Su Ai's sadness, Wang Wei realized that he might have poked a sore wound of hers, so he said, "Do not think of past things and look forward to the bright future. When I establish the dynasty, I will reserve a high position for you." That way, blessed with immense luck, it is possible for you to quickly cultivate to the peak of the divine altar realm and even increase your luck. As soon as he finished saying this, he felt a sudden reminder and took out a talisman from his space ring. Immediately, he heard Princess Dong Lifen's words, "Young Master Wang Wei, you need to hurry up. I just received news that the royal family has sent a powerful cultivator to secretly attack Bless Wing City." "You mean Hard Rock City?" "You do not need to worry, I already fought and killed their envoy." "No, not Hard Rock City, Bless Wing City," answered the princess with anxiety in her voice. It was then that Wang Wei realized that he had made a grave error. He assumed that when the royal family heard about their existence, they would send someone directly to fight and kill him. However, war is not a game with rules. Who said that the enemy could only attack you where your troops are stationed? And this is exactly what the royal family did. Not only did they send someone after Wang Wei, but also sent someone to bypass their troops and attack the rear in a surprise attack. And they succeeded as Wang Wei was not prepared for such a move. Without hesitation, Wang Wei rushed towards Bless Wing City with all his strength, hoping to arrive in time to protect it. Chapter 101. Wang Wei ran with all his strength towards Bless Wing City. He used his powerful fleshly body and mobilized all his millions of kilograms of force to propel him forward. Boom! Like a cannonball, Wang Wei kept moving forwards. Everywhere he ran, powerful winds followed him by. When he passed by a forest, he did not stop nor evade the countless trees. On the contrary, his body just destroyed all the trees on his way. The wind that Wang Wei generated due to his fast movement blew away hundreds of trees in the forest. It was like a hurricane had just done a number on the places he passed by. However, Wang Wei was not happy with this speed. As such, he used his origin qi to further strengthen his legs. His speed then dramatically increased. All the people and animals in his way could not see his face, just a blurred figure followed by immense winds that could throw them away. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wang Wei broke the sound barrier. A cloud-looking vapor appeared behind him, then he accelerated again. Right now, he was currently running at Mach 1, but Wang Wei still felt that he was not fast enough. He wished that he was in the supernatural realm right now and could fly. The weakest of supernatural realm cultivators in the Myriad Emperor plane could easily fly at Mach speed in the air, while he has to go through so much to reach such a speed. Or at the very least, he should have cultivated a technique that focused on increasing his speed. Wang Wei knows that one of the emperor scriptures of the sect focus on speed, now regretting not cultivating it. It was at this moment that he realized his arrogance. Although having such a powerful fleshly body provided him strength, defense, and endurance similar to divine body realm cultivators, however, his mobility was quite subpar. However, he was so blinded by his increase in strength and ignored such obvious flaws. After sighing for a while, Wang Wei continued his rapid journey towards Bless Wing City. Meanwhile, Li Jun was following behind. He did not have the speed of Wang Wei, however, he could follow him due to the trace left behind. Li Jun could see straight tracks heading one direction and he followed it. Everywhere he followed, the ground was cut in the middle, leaving a visible trail. When he reached the forest, he saw the forest was completely destroyed. There were countless trees scattered everywhere. The majority of them seemed to be forcibly uprooted from the ground by a powerful force. Some of them were broken into countless pieces as if they were hit really hard with a very dense and strong object. There were numerous blood and organs of animals scattered in the forest. Li Jun could guess that these animals appeared to be in the path of his big brother and were killed by the force generated when they hit his body. With a sigh, Li Jun continued to follow the destructive trail left behind. Meanwhile, after more than 1 hour of rushing, Wang Wei finally saw Bless Wing's city in his sight. He had to thank his ever-expanding divine Ci, otherwise he would never have lasted so long with how much origin qi he was using. A few hundred meters from the city, Wang Wei saw a yellow mist enveloping the entire city. Without hesitation, he rushed in. With a slight jump, he reached the top of the 200 meters city wall. However, his vision was obscured by the large mist. When the mist touched his skin, he could tell immediately that it was poisoned. However, it had no effect on his powerful fleshly body. However, a terrible feeling came over him. Without hesitation, he gathered his more than 10 million gene of force and threw a punch. Boom! With an exploding sound, the air exploded. Then following the sound, a powerful wind was generated by the force of the punch. This wind blew away the yellow mist or miasma that covered the entire city. However, it was perfectly controlled not to destroy anything else. After his vision was cleared, Wang Wei immediately entered the city. However, soon afterwards, his hand trembled a little before going back to normal. In front of him was a street with countless bodies laying down the floor. Upon closer observation, he saw a body with blood coming out of its mouth, nose, and ears. However, that was not the worst part. There were countless blisters on the skin of the body. No part was spare, whether it was the face, arms, and legs. The blisters had smelly brown pus coming out the blisters. After checking the body, Wang Wei realized that it was a woman, and something was under it. After slightly moving the body, he saw a baby underneath her. The baby had suffered the same fate as her with blood and blisters all over his body. However, unlike the mother, its eyes were still opened. Wang Wei then continued to check. And every single citizen in this city faced the same similar death, every single of the 12. 6 million of them. All of them had a look of pain, agony, and unwillingness in their eyes. Wang Wei sighed after not noticing a single breath of life in the entire city. He blames a lot of these deaths on himself. As a future king, he promised his citizens to bring them a better life, to protect them from harm. However, he failed miserably. He always treated this war like a trial, like a game with rules and prohibitions that he needed to play. But what Wang Wei did not understand was that while this was indeed a trial, but to the people of this world, this was their livelihood, their futures, and their lives that were at stake. Any tiny mistake can cost them dearly, just like today. While checking the city, Wang Wei suddenly noticed a breath not far from it. Without hesitation, he rushed towards it. A few seconds later, he saw a beautiful woman walking in the opposite direction of the city. She had fair skin, nice curves, and cold and ruthless eyes that looked exactly like a snake. "Did you kill the people of the city?" asked Wang Wei with a very calm look on his face. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Wei with her dotted eyes and licked her mouth with her long and pointy tongue. "Gray hair and eyes, you must be the so-called wise sage. Seeing you here means that Dong Si has failed. What a weak man. Answer my question." "Ho ho, there is no need to be so angry at the death of a few untouchables. In just a few years, they will easily replenish their loss. Also, this is war, people die all the time." After hearing this, Wang Wei did not hesitate anymore and rushed towards this snake-like woman. However, she seemed to be prepared and a red mist enveloped the approaching Wang Wei. However, he completely ignored it and ran to the woman and held her by the neck while she was trying to recite another spell. Without a moment of pause, he ripped her head out of her body along with her spine attached to it. Meanwhile, the snake woman's headless body started to gush out green and corrosive blood before falling in the ground. Wang Wei looked at her head that seemed to be still alive and wanted to say something, then he squished it with both hands until it exploded blood all over him. Then he scattered her bones that had turned into sand particles into the wind. Without looking back, he returned to the city wall of Bless Wing City, waiting and contemplating his next step of actions. Wang Wei spent the whole day standing on the wall without moving. The next morning, he saw Li Jun rushing towards the city on top of a flying demonic beast. Li Jun was solemn because he has never seen his big brothers so somber. After checking the city, he was shocked and could not believe what happened. "No, no, 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 no," muttered Li Jun as he rushed into different houses of the city to check. However, the result was the same. Li Jun knelt in the ground, then started to punch it with all his strength. However, due to the fact that he did not use his origin chi, his hand and bones were damaged. Li Jun could not accept this. He was personally in charge of taking down this city. He remembered the happy look on the citizens when he distributed food and clothing in the city after taking it over. Many people thanked him and sent his family a blessing. Many children said they wanted to grow as strong as him in the future. Many bold women asked him if he wanted a concubine or maid. Many mothers entrusted their children to him when he enlisted the healthy man into the army reserves and city guards. He promised to bring them back intact. Or at the very least, he promised them respect and glory. However, now they were all gone, they were all dead. And they died so miserably too. And where could he find glory from this way of death? After a few moments, Li Jun lay down on the floor without a care about the dirt with a few tears falling down his eyes. Nevertheless, besides tears, a deep-seated hatred appeared in his eyes. Chapter 102. 5 days later, Wang Ju arrived in Bless Wing City. A few days ago, she received an urgent message from the young master to hurry over to see him as soon as possible. After arriving in front of the city, the demonic beast she was riding fell to the ground, losing its breath forever. She looked at it and sighed. This was probably the 50th demonic beast that died due to exhaustion during her return journey. In order to rush here from the central regions, she kept changing beasts and rushed over without rest. If it was not due to her powerful cultivation, she herself might also die from exhaustion. Soon, someone greeted her and led to a meeting that was taking place. Inside, she saw Wang Wei sitting on a chair with a calm look on his face. Suddenly, Wang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. As a powerful cultivator, she was extremely sensitive. She suddenly felt a terrifying fury emanating from her young master. A fury strong enough to destroy everything between heaven and earth. She wondered who was the unfortunate fool to make the young master like this. Whoever it was, he or she was bound to pay a terrible price. As one of the people closest to him and knew him the best, she has only seen the young master this furious once. It was when he was young and caught one of the Wang clan branch members killing a maid for no reason. After that incident, she knew that person and all his family members immediately lost the Wang family surname and all became mortals for the rest of their life. After seeing Wang Zhu, Wang Wei began the meeting. First thing he did was to mention to Wang Zhu what happened here. After receiving the news, Wang Zhu was not that surprised. Despite her youthful appearance, she has lived quite a long time relative to mortals. In all her years, she has experienced quite a few things. Especially when she was competing for the jobs of head maid. The amount of physical and spiritual torture she experienced in order to become a qualified maid and information gatherer is known only to her. As such, she knows the horrors of war. In fact, she was aware of the mistake of the young master. As the person in charge of information, she is somewhat aware of the military plan and actions of the group despite being far away from them. She often attended military discussions through communication talismans. However, she did not mention it because she was warned by the elders not to interfere with the trial and just execute orders that were given. This trial is not only for the young master to gather luck, but a way to experience life and temper him through hardship. And what better way to learn and grow than making mistakes? As such, despite noticing the errors in their military deployment, Wang Zhu did not say anything. After filling Wang Zhu in the loop, Wang Wei began his next plan. He looked at Li Jun and Yan Liling, who still had puffy eyes, and said, "No more playing around. This war needs to end, and it needs to end quickly. When you guys attack from now on, there is no need to let the army fight each other to decide the outcome. Use your powerful cultivation to directly kill the commanders of the army, open the city gates, and subjugate the enemy's army. And if they resist, you can use force to subdue them." Although Wang Wei knew that the majority of the people in the armies are ordinary commoners and are mostly forced, he decided to use fast and brutal means to end this war. And if a few more casualties are necessary to achieve this, then so be it. After that, Wang Wei looked at Wang Zhu and ordered, "I need you to go to the capital and monitor the whole royal family at all times. Make sure that not a single one manages to leave or escape. Do not hesitate to break the seal in your cultivation if needed." Wang Wei had a fierce killing intent in his eyes when he said this. He did not plan to let any of them leave alive when he got to them. After the meeting, Wang Wei and the group left for a monument in the middle of the city. It was made of 9 huge rocks that were cut smoothly. Many names were engraved on them. 6 million names to be exact. Due to the large number of people dead, Wang Wei could not bury them all, so he burned the bodies and set up this monument as a memorial. After lighting 3 sticks of incense, Wang Wei bowed and said, "All of you can go in peace as I swear to avenge you. I hope that when all of you reincarnate from samsara, you can all be born into the prosperous dynasty that I'm going to establish. And if not, then may all of you be blessed with health and fortune in your next journey." After the funeral, all the people of the group set out with their own army. Whether it was Wang Wei, Li Jun, Yan Liling, or General 4 and 5. Meanwhile, Wang Zhu headed straight into the imperial capital. After a few days of marching, Wang Wei arrived in front of another city. There, he saw a legion fully armed with spears and shields waiting for him. A brief scan showed that there were more than 250,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, the commander was a man that looked like he was in his late 30s with a bearded face waiting for him. He donned a golden armor with a magical halberd by his side. The commander looked at the tired army behind Wang Wei, sneered at this so-called wise sage for making such a big mistake as marching his army without proper rest. He does not know why the royal family values these rebels so much. Wang Wei looked at the well-trained and well-equipped army. Then he said to the commander, "I do not know who you are, but as long as you surrender, I can still spare your life." Despite the fact that he did not yell or roar, his voice echoed throughout the entire plain, reaching every single member of the enemy's army and his own. The commander frowned as he could tell that this person was actually a powerful cultivator. Even with his peak river origin cultivation level, he could not do such a thing, nevertheless doing it so effortlessly. However, he did not care. It was not the first time that he has used number tactics to kill powerful cultivators. Upon seeing that the commander did not take his warning, he addressed the army directly instead. "The same goes to all you soldiers. There is no need to die in vain for these nobles who treat all of you like objects that can be thrown away anytime. All of you have mothers, wives, or children waiting for you back home. I give you my words that as long as you put down your weapons, I will spare your lives and allow you to return home. You should have heard my reputation as the wise sage. I always keep my words." After hearing this gentle and powerful voice in their ears, many soldiers hesitated and wondered whether to just surrender in order to save their lives. After all, they had no real stake in this war. However, the commander was an experienced veteran and immediately screamed, "Whoever becomes a deserter will suffer from military law and even your families will not be spared." The soldiers then immediately removed the dangerous thought in their heads. The life of their families was now at stake. After seeing this, Wang Wei did not immediately give up and released a powerful aura to force the soldiers to submit and surrender. However, as previously stated, the commander was a veteran in war. Without hesitation, he gave an order and a bunch of drums started to beat out loud in the battlefield. Then, a red hue appeared above the soldiers, effectively blocking Wang Wei's aura. This hue was the manifestation of the soldier slaughter aura or qi. The kingdom has developed ways to use the aura of slaughter of ordinary soldiers to defend against powerful cultivators. After seeing this, Wang Wei sighed and did not say anything again. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the army. His speed was so fast that he left countless after images on his trail. Then, countless arrows headed straight towards him. There were so many of them that they covered sunlight from the clouds for a brief moment. However, Wang Wei did not care. He mobilized his divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and covered himself with a shield. All the arrows just bounced off Wang Wei's shield made of spiritual qi. After seeing this, the commander ordered the archers to all shoot at once instead of using the volley fire tactic. However, it was of no use. None of the attacks can breach the shield. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not stop rushing when he confronted the shield formation of the Eastern Kingdom's army. He crashed head-on with them and ultimately he was the winner. All the shield and armor made of steel-like metal were crushed when hit with his fleshly body. As for the soldiers, they shared the same fate as their weapons. Many of them exploded into flesh and bones after the initial impact, while others were thrown away by the wind generated by Wang Wei's rapid movement. Leaving a trail of flesh and blood in his wake, Wang Wei headed straight for the commander without stopping. When Wang Wei reached less than 1,000 meters from him, the commander panicked and ordered a special army that was very close to him to attack with all their strength. Following which, Wang Wei found countless origin abilities were launched at him. There was fire, water, vines, lightning, and ice that covered the sky like the end of the world in an apocalypse movie. Upon seeing this, he guessed that this was an army made of cultivators. However, Wang Wei did not care. These attacks did not even break through his spiritual qi shield, let alone his fleshly body. Countless explosions happened when these attacks hit Wang Wei. Many of the soldiers became casualties due to friendly fire. However, none of the attacks had any effect. Whether it was the high temperature of the fire, The freezing effects of the ice, the numbing and paralyzing effects of the lightning, or the entanglements of the vines, none of them could stop Wang Wei. As such, he continued to rush towards the commander. Less than 100 meters away from his destination, countless walls rose up from the ground and surrounded the commander to protect him. Nonetheless, the result was still the same. Wang Wei's fleshly body pierced the more than 10 meters thick wall and headed straight for the commander. Meanwhile, in the brief period of time that these walls bought him, the commander calmed himself down and prepared his weapon to fight back. When he saw the wise sage coming out the walls without his shield, a glimpse of happiness appeared on his face and attacked with all his strength with the halberd in his hand. However, to the shock and horror of the commander, Wang Wei just blocked his attack with his bare hand. This was truly a horrifying experience for the commander. This weapon was his hidden card, as it was a low-level Earth-grade weapon that he got by chance. This weapon was so precious that he almost could not keep it. Many of the elders in his family wanted him to hand it over to the clan. If his father did not intervene and use the fact that this weapon was bound to his soul, he might not be able to keep it to this day. While the commander was briefly distracted, Wang Wei had already reached him. When the commander came back to his senses, he saw that he was no longer on his horse and was floating in the air. When he looked down, he saw a bloody hand had pierced his body all the way to his back and was holding him above ground. When his gaze followed the hand to its owner, he saw a pair of gray eyes looking at him with coldness and indifference. Deep in those eyes, the commander saw a gray-white string attached to his body was cut off, then everything went black. Chapter 103. Wang Wei looked at the dead commander he was holding, then he threw it away just like thrash. Then his gaze turned to the cultivating army. Despite the fact that the army commander was dead, they did not seem to want to stop. This was a sharp contrast to the ordinary soldiers who already threw away their weapon and knelt in the ground. Wang Wei guessed that these people were personally trained by the royal family, and the concept of loyalty has been ingrained deep into their bones and soul. However, Wang Wei did not want to waste time with these weaklings. With a thought, he mobilized the power of his 13th layer of body refining and his infinite expanding divine sea and merged them together into his true will. A strange and mysterious power gathered from Wang Wei and enveloped all the cultivators in the kingdom's army. All of them spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell down on the floor. Then, to their horror, they found that the blood chi in their bodies were scattered, and those who had opened up their divine sea realized that it was completely destroyed. They all had turned into mortals. All 250 of them. Without looking at those cultivators, Wang Wei rushed to the massive 200 meters gate of the city. With just one punch, he destroyed it and allowed his army to enter and occupy the city. Meanwhile, another city in the same county. Li Jun looked at the army in front of him and sighed. Since no one paid attention to his warning, he will use force. With a wave of his spear, countless red spots from both his soldiers and the kingdom rose into the air. This was the slaughter chi of the soldiers. Under Li Jun's control, the slaughter chi turned into a 50 meters long and 5 meters wide spear. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the commander of the opposing army, who was actually a woman. The giant spear cut through the army like a knife cutting through butter. Everywhere it went, flesh and blood were left in its path. What's even worse is the fact that as more people die, the spear becomes longer and stronger. However, soon, the spear was destroyed by the combined attacks of countless cultivators. However, Li Jun had already breached most of the army's defense and was not far from the commander. As such, he used his signature move. He gathered all the slaughter chi in the battlefield and reinforced his spear. Then he threw it with all his strength. The spear broke the air as it moved rapidly. Following the sound of cannonball, the spear rapidly approached the commander. However, a few meters from her, countless thick walls rose from the ground and protected her. Unfortunately, this protection measure was of no use. The spear easily penetrated the walls and without stopping or reducing its speed, it pierced the throat of the commander. The force of the spear pushed her away from her horse until she fell to the ground a few meters away. Then with a wave of his hand, the spear returned to Li Jun's hand. Then, he went on to massacre the cultivating army. After using his swift movement to dodge the first wave of origin abilities, he cut each of them with his spear before they could recite any other spells. On Yan Liling's side, she was also leading her own army. Her fighting style was even more efficient than both Wang Wei and Li Jun. She took out a pill from her space ring and crushed it. Then an overwhelming odor covered the Eastern Rain Kingdom's army. Immediately afterwards, more than a quarter of the army fell down on the floor unconscious. Then, Yan Liling pronounced a few words to use an origin ability. A dragon made of fire appeared in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the dragon flew in the sky and bypassed most of the army. When it reached close to the commander, it spewed out a breath of fire. The commander did not have time to react from the previous shock of his men's sudden incapacitation before he started screaming in agony. Then he was turned into ashes by the flame. Then the dragon fire looked in the direction of the cultivating army and headed to deal with them without giving them the chance to react. In 2 other cities, both General 4 and 5 had also just finished a battle. However, unlike the 3 divine altar cultivators, their fights were quite brutal. Both of them had countless arrows stuck on their bodies with blood spilling out everywhere. There were many fire burns, freezing burns, and lightning burns. However, despite the pitiful states they were in, they both were quite happy as they were victorious in their battles and had each conquered a city on their own. Furthermore, the intense fighting had increased their experience and strengthened their foundations. They could tell that after a few battles like this one, their foundations will be strong enough to break through to the divine altar realm. After taking a few healing pills, General 4 and 5 entered their respective cities to take control over. Late at night, after settling the surrendered soldiers and reassuring the citizens, Wang Wei was sitting in the city lord mansion reading a cultivation technique. During the battle today, he discovered that the majority of cultivators in the army were in the body-refining realm, yet they could still use spells. This was a little shock to Wang Wei as he knew that only cultivators in the Divine Sea could do that. So as soon as he had a moment of break, he checked the city lord mansion to find the answer. It turns out that the people of this world are so enamored about spells or origin abilities that they have invented a way for body-refining realm cultivators to combine their blood chi together in order to use them. After reading this, Wang Wei had to sigh at the wisdom of people. The people of this world might be from a weak plane, but they made the best of the circumstances they are given. Wang Wei has never heard of a method that uses blood chi to make spells from his world. It's not that the people from the Myriad Emperor are not as inventive as the people of this world. It's just that they do not care about such a thing. To the people of higher planes, so what if body-refining realm cultivators can use spells, they are still as weak as ants. Even if such an ingenious method was brought to the Myriad Emperor world, most cultivators would just shrug it off and sneer at such low-level methods. However, Wang Wei did not think so. This method made him realize that every world or plane out there in the endless void has developed different cultures, ideas, and knowledge that are completely unique to their environment. Instead of ignoring them or looking down on their methods, the cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world should absorb such knowledge as their own and further strengthen their own civilization. With this idea in mind, Wang Wei made further plans for what to do when he becomes a great emperor. After resting for a few days, Wang Wei continued his rapid expeditions to conquer the Eastern Rain Kingdom. Throughout his journey, he and the others encountered countless battles, countless sneak attacks from different terrains. One time Wang Wei's army was attacked by a group of cultivators who hid at the bottom of a river by holding their breath. Nevertheless, despite the many trials and tribulations, all 3 of Wang Wei, Li Jun, and Yan Liling used absolute force to break through every obstacle in their paths. Just like that, 3 years had passed. Wang Wei and his group had already conquered all the 72 states of the Eastern Rain Kingdom. The only place left standing was the imperial capital. And the main reason for that was the fact that Wang Wei bypassed the capital located at the center of the kingdom and conquered the states eastward so that his territory could quickly occupy the seashore. After conquering the states near the ocean, Wang Wei returned to the capital at last to end this war. Wang Wei was sitting in a military barrack not far from the capital. "Hey, It is really hard to move around in this large world without teleportation formations, thought Wang Wei to himself. If this world had a thing such as teleportation, he could have conquered this kingdom in just a few months. However, he needed to use many demonic beasts to transport troops everywhere he goes. And the process was extremely slow, well, at least to Wang Wei and the others. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Wang Wei asked the people in the room, "Did anyone find a method to quickly destroy the powerful array that covered the entire capital?" However, no one answered him, and most of the people lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eyes. Wang Wei did not blame these people for not having a good idea, as even he was stuck. According to his calculation, even if he, Li Jun, and Yan Liling attach this formation together, it will take at least 3 months of constant bombardment to break it. In fact, the formation itself was not actually powerful, especially for an expert in runes like Wang Wei. What made this array so strong was the fact the king used the remaining luck of the kingdom and blessed it on the formation. As such, the defensive power was raised to an unimaginable level. While thinking about ways to deal with the situation, Wang Wei asked, "Is there a way for Wang Ju to disarm it from the inside?" According to the last communication we received from her more than a month ago, she said that her strength was completely suppressed by the luck dragon of the kingdom and she was now in hiding, responded one of the new advisors that Wang Wei had conquered in the past 3 years. While Wang Wei was contemplating his next step of action, advisor Zhao Feng entered the room with urgent news. Over the years, Wang Wei had brought this treacherous guy under his banner. He did not care that this guy was a snake that could bite even his owner. He knew how to properly control these kinds of people. Furthermore, as long as he suspects this guy to go out of line, he will kill him immediately. Advisor Zhao Feng bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Wise sage, one of the noble clans of the capital has sent someone to talk to you." "Talk to me? Talk about what?" "They want to make a deal. A deal that will allow you to easily break through the capital's formation." After hearing this, Wang Wei frowned and looked up and down at Zhao Feng. He could guess that this deal had something to do with him. However, he did not care. As long as Zhao Feng could help him deal with his current dilemma, everything else was fine. He would probably even reward him. As such, he said, "Let him in." Chapter 104. Wang Wei sat on the throne-looking chair and waited for the envoy of these nobles to see what deal they wanted to make with him. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in the room with advisor Zhao Feng. After close inspection, Wang Wei noticed how this man was walking with a straight posture with his head held high. His robe looked luxurious and showy, and he had a cultivation level in the peak of the divine sea realm. The envoy looked at Wang Wei, slightly bowed and said, "Are you Wang Wei?" After hearing this person's words, the room instantly became quiet. Advisor glanced at the envoy and secretly shook his head. Wang Wei did not answer this guy's question. Instead, he released a powerful aura from his body and forced the envoy on his knees and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you and for what purpose? I do not have time to waste with you idiots." The envoy felt a hugged pressure holding in the ground and preventing him from getting up. The pressure was so heavy that he heard some of his bones cracking. He tried to mobilize his origin chi to resist, but it was to avail. It was then he remembered the elder's warning that he was going to meet a powerful cultivator and should be respectful. With sweat dripping down his face, the envoy said, "Your Excellency, wise sage, my name is Jing Yi from the Duke Sheng family. I have come as a representative of the Noble Alliance to come help you." "Oh, what can you do to help me?" asked Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. Seeing how calm the wise sage was, Zheng Yi's mind moved fast and realized that negotiation might not be as easy as the Noble Alliance thought it would be. However, he still continued his words. "The Noble Alliance can help Your Excellency to open the formation that surrounds the capital from the inside." Wang Wei was not surprised by this offer, as he had already guessed that it was the case. However, he did not immediately respond, but pondered for a while tapping his finger on his chair. The room then became quiet with only a constant sound of clicking echoing throughout the room. As time passed by, the envoy became more anxious and started to sweat profusely. This was remarkable given the fact that he is a powerful cultivator. After a few minutes, Wang Wei then asked, "What do you people want in return? Be direct and straightforward with your demands." Zheng Yi secretly left out the breath he was holding. As long as the wise sage asked for their demands, it means that there are rooms for negotiations. What he feared most was that he was completely rejected, or even worse, killed directly. After all, it is common knowledge that this wise sage did not like the nobility of this kingdom. Wherever his army conquered, the fate of most of the nobility was quite cruel and unjust. The Noble Alliance asked that the wise sage signed a soul contract which states that after entering the capital, you or your subordinates will not kill any of the noble families, you will not seize their properties, and you will provide them with the same nobility title they currently have in the new kingdom you will establish. Wang Wei looked at this envoy as if he had heard the funniest thing in his life. You people thought too much of your worth. All of you should be happy that I did not kill every single one of you, but now, you want to retain the wealth that you sucked dry from the people for countless generations? On top of that, you want the same privileges that you had from the previous Decay Kingdom and bring it out to my dynasty? Zheng Yi's heart skipped a beat after hearing about this, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you should be aware that without our help, it will be impossible for you to open that array. Distorting the truth will have no benefits for your so-called Noble Alliance. We all know that it is only a matter of time before we manage to break through the array by ourselves." "That may be true," retorted Zheng, "but the Alliance is also aware that your Excellency is competing with countless other people from your own world. The more time you spend wasting here, the less advantage you will have in future confrontations with your peers. Time, huh? The same idea can apply to you people. I am fully aware of the fact that the remaining luck of this kingdom will not last long. This formation will destroy itself in 1 to 2 years. I can still wait for such a time." After hearing this, Zheng Yi's heart became anxious. This was actually one of the main worries of the nobles. In fact, many of the truly powerful nobles still have hidden cards that they have not used. However, one thing that they know for a fact is that no matter the final outcome of this war, the Eastern Reign Kingdom was finished for good. So, they wanted an exit strategy or route after everything was over. As for betraying the royal family, the nobles who placed the well-being of their families above everything else couldn't care less about their fates. After pondering for a while, Zheng Yi asked, "Your Excellency, then, what do you propose?" "Simple, you guys open the array for me and in return, I will not kill all of you. However, you yourself need to choose a few noteworthy families as scapegoats to be publicly executed to soothe the anger of the common people. Remember, do not just choose some random weak family. Secondly, all the noble families have to hand over at least 80% of their family wealth. Nothing more, nothing less. Lastly, if you people want to stay in my new dynasty, then you need to follow the law. And I mean every single one of them. If I ever catch even a single one of you breaking the rules, then you will be judged by the severity of your mistakes. Under my rule, the law will be absolute." After hearing these terms, Zheng Yi's face became ugly. When has their noble alliance been treated like this? However, he did not burst out in anger as he knew that they were in the lower position during the negotiation. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, "I will tell all your terms to the Noble Alliance and let them decide what to do next." Wang Wei nodded and removed the aura pressing Zheng Yi in the ground. Suddenly feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Zheng Yi slowly got up, did an almost 90-degree bow and left the hall. Wang Wei waved his head and someone also secretly left the wall to follow the envoy. However, less than half an hour later, the person came back and told him how Zheng Yi only traveled a few hundred meters from the barack and was communicating to someone through unknown means. Wang Wei nodded and realized how cautious the nobles were. And they seemed to have a way to communicate across the formation. After another half hour, Zheng Yi came back into the hall and said, "Your Excellency, the Noble Alliance has accepted your terms." "Oh, so fast?" answered Wang Wei. "Do you need to sign the soul contract now?" "There is no need for that. The Alliance believes that the wise sage is a person who keeps his words." Wang Wei smiled and nodded. However, he did not believe a word of this. In such a situation, the Noble Alliance should be anxious to have written proof of their agreements. You should know that the soul contract is a powerful contract that has magical binding abilities. If anyone were to break the agreements signed on it, their souls would receive backlash that could lead to severe injury and even death. However, based on Zheng Yi's words and actions, Wang Wei could feel that the nobles were not in a hurry to sign the contract. That can only mean one thing: there is some secret plan or scheme behind all of this. However, he did not really care and just took note of the current situation and remained vigilant to be able to respond to any kind of situation. 3 days later, Wang Wei and his army stood not far from the gate of the capital. The wall surrounding this city was at least 1,000 meters. On top of the city, countless runes formed an array that covered the entire city like a protecting dome. Under Wang Wei's true vision, he could see a flood dragon coiling its body around the city. However, the dragon was quite weak and appeared to be slowly fading. After a few minutes, the array surrounding the city flickered on and on for a while before disappearing. Then, the city gate was opened. Wang Wei took all of his men and marched straight towards the royal palace. Meanwhile, in an inn, a few people were looking at the marching army while talking. All of them dressed elegantly while drinking wine or tea. One person said, "Do you think that the wise sage will survive?" "I don't think so," responded another voice. "I disagree with you." Who knows what weird methods these extraterrestrial demons have hidden in their sleeves? Well, it does not matter to us anyway. Whether he survives or not, we have already made plans for both outcomes. In the end, we will still be the last winners. That's true. Our noble families will always continue to exist. Chapter 105. Wang Wei marched his army straight in front of the royal palace. As he led the army, many people looked at him with fear and closed the window to their house and locked themselves in their home. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this was a normal reaction. In this chaotic world, every time a city, especially a capital, is conquered, what often follows was disaster for the people. The invading army will brutally kill the citizens, loot all the wealth and food, sexually assault the women, and set fire to the houses. However, Wang Wei would never allow his men to behave in such a way. He has written strict military codes for the entire army, and anyone who disobeys it will be punished severely. This is one of the reasons that Wang Wei's rebellion was so smooth and successful the past few years. He did not kill or plunder when he conquered a city. On the contrary, he will take time to calm all the citizens and assure them that everything will in fact be better in the future. After the army surrounded the palace, Wang Wei waited for a while before going in. Somehow, he discovered that the whole palace was too quiet. There was no noise of people running around trying to escape, no plunder of the royal family's wealth. It was too calm. Thinking about the weird behavior of the Noble Alliance, Wang Wei became more alert in order to be able to react in case of emergency. Unfortunately, he was too late. Suddenly, something hit Wang Wei with tremendous force. Boom! The sound of a cannibal echoed around the palace, and Wang Wei flew away into the air. His body crashed into countless houses. Bang! 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 Each time his body crashed into a house, it would immediately crumble down. The infrastructure of these houses would be destroyed, then the whole house would fall down on their inhabitants. This was terribly destructive, as some of these houses even had more than 3 floors and countless people living inside them. Clouds of dust scattered all over the city wherever these houses fell down. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was already blown away to the next house, not affected by the consequences. In fact, not just houses. Many unfortunate bystanders who happened to be on the way suffered similar fate as these houses. Many people died because they were hit by the fast-moving body of Wang Wei. After traveling for more than 600 meters, Wang Wei plunged into an artificial mountain located near the palace. With an exploding sound, his entire body was stuck deep into the mountain. Soon afterward, a middle-aged man appeared in the air near the mountain with a deep frown on his face. A few seconds after being stuck, Wang Wei exited the mountain. His body was covered in blood and many chunks of internal organs and bone pieces. These were not his own. With a single thought, he activated the cleaning formation on his robe and the blood and filth were instantly removed, even the ones on his face. After cleaning himself up, Wang Wei checked his body and there was not even a single scratch on him. He nodded in satisfaction as his fleshly body. He then raised his head and looked at the man floating in the air and said with a smile, "Interesting. I did not expect the final card of the royal family to be a cultivator in the supernatural realm. Shouldn't you have gone through heavenly tribulation and go to a higher world already?" The flying man looked at Wang Wei with a solemn face and said, "What a powerful extraterrestrial demon. You took my attack like it was nothing. I cannot even find a single scratch on your skin. You know, old man, it is very rude to use your divine sense to scan a person without authorization." After saying this, Wang Wei controlled his skin and muscles and vibrated them rapidly. Suddenly, the supernatural realm cultivator whose name was Dong Hao found out that his divine sense could not scan Wang Wei's body. The solemnness on his face thus further increased. "You did not answer my question. Why did you not go to a higher world? Not everyone has the heart to go through such powerful heavenly tribulation unless really necessary," responded Dong Hao with a look of fear deep in his eyes. Wang Wei could guess what he meant. In small world like this, although the highest level of strength allowed ID the divine altar realm, there is still many genius cultivators who have managed to enter higher realms. When that happens, these cultivators will have to go through two heavenly tribulations, one to break through the realm, and the other in order to go to a higher world. However, the second tribulation is extremely powerful. Due to the fact that supernatural realm cultivators cannot survive in the endless void for long, the world that they are from are responsible to open a space passage to a higher world. For example, the Warring Kingdom word is a lower thousand world. After the tribulation, Heavenly Dao has to open a space passage to a middle thousand world for the supernatural realm cultivators. Unfortunately, the cost of opening such a passage is extremely costly for such a low-level world. As such, in order not to have to do it, Heavenly Dao exponentially increased the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation. Thus, few cultivators can pass the tribulation. Of course, those who do are in fact truly heaven-defying geniuses. These people are often sought after and recruited when they reach higher worlds. In fact, Wang Wei read about another method from the sect's library. This method is actually simple: occupation. After discovering a lower plane, some more powerful planes will occupy these planes and set up a powerful transplanar teleportation, or as it is more often called, the ascending channel. When cultivators of the lower plane reach the standard realm, they can go through the established passage to reach higher worlds. The downside to this method is the fact that these ascending cultivators are usually under strict control. If their native worlds are conquered by a more benevolent one, then they usually have to choose a sect to be part of after their ascension. However, if their worlds are conquered by other brutal worlds, then the fate of these ascending cultivators are nothing but to be either cannon fodder in wars or becoming slaves to be auctioned and sold off. One thing I'm still curious about: how can you be able to move so freely in this world? It's one thing not to ascend to higher planes, but the heavenly Tao of this world would never allow cultivators of your level to move freely about with the destructive power you all have," asked Wang Wei. Dong Hao smiled and responded, "I have to thank you extraterrestrial demons for this. I do not know what you guys did, however, ever since your arrival, the suppression of us transcending mortality realm cultivators have been slowly reducing until it was completely lifted." After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately understood the reason. Before the trial, the Supreme Realm True Monarchs have refined this world to elevate the power scale in order to allow all the Heaven Chosen to compete freely. This must be the reason that the native supernatural realm of this world can move and fight freely. Wang Wei also realized why the Noble Alliance was not so keen on immediately signing the soul contract. It seems that they were already aware of the royal family's hidden cards. They wanted to stand and watch how he and the royal family fought to the death. In the end, whoever is the winner, they would still be the one who benefited the most. Wang Wei sneered at this. No matter what plans these people had, he had more than 100 ways to deal with them. If they think that a weak supernatural cultivator could defeat him, they are gravely mistaken. After getting the answer he wanted, Wang Wei cracked his neck and hand preparing for the next battle. He felt excited as his blood boiled. He hoped this old man could give him a proper challenge. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch in the air. The powerful shock wave generated by the punch created an air bullet that flew towards the old man in the sky. Dong Hao, who was also ready for battle, suddenly felt a very condensed air pressure flying towards him. Without hesitation, he manifested a barrier to protect him. However, to his horror, the air bullet actually pushed him more than 10 meters after clashing with his barrier. What's worse is that immediately afterward, countless more air bullets hit his shield, thus adding cracks to it. Dong Hao was shocked at how powerful these punches were. He knew that he might lose if he fought head-on with Wang Wei. This was considered a great shame to him, being weaker than a mere divine altar realm cultivator. However, given the prominent background of his opponent, he decided not to think too much about it. Nevertheless, Dong Hao's situation was not looking too good after being bombarded by all these air bullets. So, he decided to use the one advantage that his realm had compared to Wang Wei, the ability to fly in the air. Chapter 106. Dong Hao flew to the side and evaded the air bullets that attacked him. Then, countless tattoos appeared all over his body, arm, legs, and even face. Afterwards, his power increased dramatically. With a wave of his hand, the patterns on his body lit up, and a gigantic mountain materialized in the air and headed straight towards his enemy. Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and frowned. He was not frowning at the changes that appeared on Dong Hao, as he knew these tattoos were known as origin pattern and all cultivators in the supernatural realm had them. The reason that he frowned was that he realized that if he continued to fight here in the capital, countless ordinary people would die in the aftermath of their battles. Normally, Wang Wei would not care about such things. Although that sounded ruthless, unfortunately, that is the fate of mortals that cannot control their destiny. One day, they might suddenly die due to the aftermath of cultivators' battle. However, currently Wang Wei's role was a future monarch of a dynasty. As such, he has to take into consideration the lives of his citizens. When the mountain approached near him, Wang Wei noticed a certain metal quality of it as it shined with a golden luster under the sun. He guesses that this was not a regular mountain, but one reinforced by gold element. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch and a terrifying force traveled in the air and hit the mountain. Boom! The 2,000 meters tall mountain trembled and cracks appeared on its metal surface. However, it was not destroyed. Boom! 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 Wang Wei continued to punch in the air and more cracks appeared in the mountain until it exploded into countless pieces. Then he threw another powerful punch. This time, however, he did not just use the raw strength of his fleshly body. Instead, he controlled the vibration from his muscles and directly released them into the air, thus creating an earthquake between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire city trembled slightly, the wind howled like crying ghosts, and the clouds in the sky scattered. The many debris of the falling mountain were instantly pulverized into powder and flew away with the wind without affecting the citizens of the capital. As for Dong Hao, he was pushed back by the force of the punch and through a mouthful of blood. Despite the barrier he erected, the vibrations still managed to bypass his defense and injured his organs. Wang Wei stood on the ground with his long gray hair floating with wind while looking at his He smiled as he was very happy with the new move he just created. He called Earthquake Fist, and this move took full advantage of his powerful fleshly body. One thing he always complained about the ancient desolate body refining scripture was the fact that it did not have any fighting moves in the early stage. Although there are many fighting methods in the scripture, some of which even made Wang Wei drool day and night, he needed to cultivate it to a very high realm before he could use these moves. What's worse was the fact that in the notes that Wang Wei read from predecessors that also cultivated the scripture did not also contain powerful moves for the early stage, but contain their understanding on how to properly control force or strength. Most people who successfully cultivate this scripture usually care about the powerful defense and stamina it brought in the early stage instead of the strength. After taking a brief moment to contemplate his new move, Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and said, "How about we take this fight outside the city?" However, Dong Hao, who was in the air, completely ignored him, and the patterns on his body lit up again, preparing for another attack. As such, Wang Wei continued, "Don't you care about the people of this city?" Seeing the silence of his enemy, Wang Wei secretly sighed. Then, with all his strength, he jumped straight towards Dong Hao. His body left countless cracks in the ground, and a powerful shockwave spread after his departure. When Dong Hao saw Wang Wei coming straight at him like an artillery, he opened his mouth and spewed countless tiny swords. These swords then became normal size after leaving his body, and with swish sound, they quickly attacked Wang Wei. Clink, clink. The sound of metals sounded as these swords hit Wang Wei's skin, then they bounced off without even leaving a single scratch or mark. When Wang Wei was about to clash with Dong Hao, the latter sneered at him and easily evaded him. Dong Hao did not expect this wise sage to make such a mistake. Without the ability to fly in the air, he engaged someone else in aerial combat. However, the sneer did not last long on Dong Hao's face. As soon he evaded the clash, Wang Wei seemed to have anticipated this and did a somersault in the air. Then, he activated his divine veins to control the spiritual qi in the air to create a foothold for him. With a boom sound, he rushed towards Dong Hao with absolute speed. Dong Hao was quite shocked by this maneuver and was almost unable to react. However, his years of experience allowed him to instantly erect a barrier around him. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. With unmatched speed, his hand formed a claw and easily crushed the golden barrier and grabbed Dong Hao in the face. While stepping in the air, he rushed outside the city while holding Dong Hao like an adult carrying a chicken. Boom! Wang Wei broke the sound barrier while stepping in the air with. All the citizens of the city heard an exploding sound, then saw a circular vapor in the air, followed by a streak of light rushing outside the city. After traveling a few hundred meters, Wang Wei then threw Hong Dao outside of the city. The supernatural cultivator clashed into the ground, forming many cracks. He threw a mouthful of blood and then started coughing. The shockwave created by his crash created a cloud of dirt, and some of it had entered his lungs. He then mobilized his origin essence to heal the cracked bones on his back and protect his spine. He then looked at the flying Wang Wei with shock. No, he should say stepping in the air. Everyone knows that divine altar realm cannot fly in the air. However, this wise sage has found a way around this problem. In fact, it is not that some people did not think of this method. However, in order to do such a thing, a terrifying control of spiritual qi is needed to do so, which is something that Dong Hao had previously thought to be impossible, especially given the low level of spiritual qi in this world. Not to mention the stamina that the body would need to keep standing in the air, and the terrible amount of origin qi needed to keep the divine veins activated made this method of flying virtually impossible for the cultivator of this world. Compared with flying in the air in the supernatural realm, which is as easy as moving one of your limbs, this method of flying seemed too complex and nuanced for anybody to manage. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Dong Hao stood up from the ground. His clothes were all tattered and his hair disheveled. However, he did not care about this. Suddenly, Dong Hao's body was encased by a golden armor that covered even his face and eyes. After seeing this, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he did not feel the fluctuation of origin essence, which means that this was not an origin ability or method. All of a sudden he thought of something: innate talent. Only innate talents do not require much or any energy source, as they are fundamentally a part of the cultivators. Wang Wei was then quite surprised, as he knew that not all cultivators in the supernatural realm had their own innate talent. This thing requires both talent and luck. If you are not talented but full of luck, then you will not receive a talent when entering the supernatural realm. If you have talent but low luck, then the talent you receive will be quite shitty. After making his preparations, Dong Hao flew straight to Wang Wei. Since he could not use his flying ability to easily win this battle, he will fight head-on to decide the winner. Meanwhile, after seeing Dong Hao coming towards him, Wang Wei was quite excited as he knew that he was bound for an exciting battle. As such, he stepped in the air and rushed towards him and threw a punch. He used Earthquake Fist, without hesitation. Wang Wei's fist clashed with the golden Dong Hao. Boom! The air trembled and visible ripples could be seen manifesting after their crash. Dong Hao's golden armor cracked all over, meanwhile he threw out some blood inside. However, after a few breaths, the cracks healed and Dong Hao continued to clash head-on with Wang Wei. In the capital, the royal family and many nobles from the alliance were watching this battle through different means. All of them were concerned as this was a fight that determined the fate of the Eastern Rain Kingdom. Chapter 107. Both Wang Wei and Dong Hao started clashing in the sky. The clouds scattered and the air vibrated wherever these two appeared. Dong Hao had suffered countless injuries with each of the clashes, however, his golden armor was still intact. Wang Wei could tell that maybe this guy wanted to slowly drain both his origin chi and his stamina. However, with his current state, he could probably fight for more than a week without stopping or getting tired. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason for such a decision was due to the fact that this battle was no longer fun for Wang Wei. Despite fighting for quite a few minutes now, Wang Wei realized that his enemy had not even managed to break off his skin, let alone injure him. His overwhelming defense made this battle quite boring for him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Dong Hao and kicked him into the ground with all his strength. The golden armor cracked again, this time, almost completely destroyed. Then, Dong Hao landed on the ground and created an explosion that scattered dust all over. Many pieces of land would break from the land and fly in the air following the shockwave of Dong Hao's crash. Without giving his enemy a chance to breathe, Wang Wei rushed to Dong Hao and punched in the face. Boom! The force of the punch created more shockwaves on the ground. As for Dong Hao, he spit out a few pieces of his internal organs and his body was forced further deep into ground, creating a meter-long crater. However, his face was not hit directly by the attack as he converged the golden armor that covered his whole body and made sure that it only covered his face, thus further nullifying some of the power of the punch. Wang Wei, after seeing that his punch did not do the intended destruction, threw more punches. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, the ground would shake tremendously, then shock waves would follow in the air. Pieces of land will fly out into the air, then land on the ground. As for Dong Hao, the crater he created became deeper with each punch. By the 10th punch, he had already inserted himself more than 10 meters underground. Nevertheless, none of these punches had a direct hit on him. Whenever a punch was about to hit, whether his face or ribs, a golden would appear to protect him from a direct hit. Unfortunately, the recoil or shockwave generated by the sheer force of each punch still managed to travel inside his body and destroy many things. As such, right now, Dong Hao had many bones broken, both his kidneys and lungs started to fail him, and one of his eyes was destroyed. When he was about to receive another punch, Dong Hao quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spit out bright red blood on his golden protection. The golden protection immediately expanded and turned into a circular shield. However, it did wrap around Dong Hao to protect him. Instead, it encased Wang Wei inside and essentially imprisoned. Wang Wei suddenly felt himself inside a very hard shell case, and it was very dark inside without any light source. Without hesitation, he moved his origin chi into his eyes and could see the golden shield hat trapped. Without hesitation, he punched the shield, however, it did not immediately destroy or crack like previous attacks. After noticing this, he used his earthquake fist. The powerful vibration shook the golden shield after being, then it cracked. After 3 more punches, the shield was destroyed and myriad pieces of gold scattered everywhere with Wang Wei at the center. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something and looked at the sky. Dong Hao was floating there with blood all over his body, one eye socket was empty, and most of his robe was destroyed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and an ancient lamp appeared before him. The lamp had countless patterns inscribed in it, and a three-colored fire was burning brightly on top of it. He opened his mouth and spewed more than 3 drops of deep red blood. This was his source blood. Then, these drops of blood entered the lamp and the fire on top of it turned from 3-colored to 5. With a wave of his hand, the 5-colored fire descended from the sky and attacked the surprised Wang Wei with match speed. The flames enveloped more than 100 meters in the surrounding area. No sign of Wang Wei could be seen as he was swallowed by the flame. After a few minutes, the 5-colored flame disappeared and a body could be found standing in the middle. To be exact, it was a charred body. Although his clothes were intact, the skin on his arms, legs and face was badly burned. It was burned dark all over with few spots of red flesh. This was the first time he was injured ever since he started cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. He raised his hand and looked closely at his burned skin. An intense pain suddenly assaulted his nervous system. However, Wang Wei did not care as this was not the first time he was burned alive. Meanwhile, in the sky, after seeing his attack working, a slight smile appeared on Dong Hao's face despite it being almost disfigured. However, his smile did not remain there for too long. He watched from above how Wang Wei's darkened burned skin fell off the ground, and in just a couple of seconds, new skins were regrown. Without hesitation, he waved his ancient lamp and new rounds of flame attacked again in order not to give his opponent time to heal. Wang Wei instantly uses the Lion Fist from his Overlord Fist cultivation technique. This was the first time he used a fighting method based on origin chi during the whole fight. A 20 meters tall and 100 meters long lion manifested from Wang Wei's fist. The lion opened its mouth and roared. A sound wave attack came from its mouth and clashed with the oncoming attack. Then, the flame was separated in the middle, forming a V shape with both Wang Wei and the lion in the middle. Without any pause, Dong Hao controlled the flame to fly into the air, then separated them into countless tiny meteors. Afterwards, they fell towards Wang Wei like a modern machine gun firing. Wang Wei threw countless punches and many lions manifested from them. Together, each lion attacks a different meteor fire. However, there were too many of them. Soon an explosion occurred with Wang Wei in the middle. However, weirdly enough, there was no heat that emanated from the 5-colored flame. After a few seconds, the cloud of dust created by the explosion was blown away by the wind. Wang Wei's charred body was again seen in the middle of the explosion. However, his state was even worse than previous. This time, not only his skin was burned, but even his muscles were burned by the flame. Many of his bones could be seen exposed to the outside. However, just like previously, they started to heal immediately. However, the process was not instant like the first attack. Many of his burned muscles started to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eyes. After seeing this, Dong Hao wanted to attack again. However, he spewed a mouthful of blood instead, then knelt on knee in the sky. Soon afterwards, his long hair immediately turned white, his skin became wrinkled, and many age spots could be seen on his face. When Wang Wei saw this situation, he was not that surprised. The moment that Dong Hao decided to use his source blood or blood essence to increase the power of his attacks to the divine body realm, the result of this fight was doomed from the beginning. Not to mention the way he abused his ancient lamp. Wang Wei shook his head while observing the regeneration process of his body. This was one of the reasons that he allowed himself to be so injured during this battle. He wanted to know how fast his body regenerated under different circumstances. That way, one day, when he is in a true battle of life and death, he can find ways to buy himself time to properly heal. After a few minutes, a brand new Wang Wei was standing on the ground. If anyone were to see him, you could not tell that he had suffered from a 4th-degree burn. He then looked at Dong Hao and asked, "Don't you know that it is taboo for cultivators to use their ancient lamp like you did?" Dong Hao, who was happy to have a few seconds to rest, responded, "What do you mean by this?" In fact, he was truly interested in what this wise sage has to say. Their royal family have long speculated that these extraterrestrial demons came from a more advanced world than them. So, they are privy to many unknown secrets that the cultivators of this world never had access to. The flame you just use is known as the good fortune flame, continued Wang Wei. It's not used for fighting. This is a foundation necessary by all cultivators to cultivate the next two great realms after the supernatural realm. After hearing this, Dong Hao frowned, then his one-eyed face became very ugly to look at. So, you figure it out? Yes, the more you use the good fortune flame to fight, the more you ruin your foundation and cultivation path, essentially cutting your path or chances to higher realms. As such, in my world, unless a cultivator is forced to utmost despair, they will never use their flame of good fortune to fight. Because they know that even if a tiny bit of it is used, it will be nigh impossible to make up. While saying all of these, Wang Wei had finished healing and he then completely ignored the ugly and despairing look on Dong Hao's face. So that's how it is, muttered Dong Hao in the sky. No wonder no one has managed to pass the heavenly tribulation for so many years. We all thought that the world had started to enter the Dharma end period, but it was just that we were wasting our foundation by using our Tao flames. After that, he laughed out loud. However, this laughter sounded so bleak and desolate. Although he had learned the truth, Dong Hao knew that it was too late for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was ready to end this fight. Suddenly, a gigantic image appeared behind him. It was an image of him sitting on an immortal throne while myriad races and words bowed to him. Meanwhile, he was holding countless strings that dictated the fate of these races and worlds. Immediately afterward the vision appeared, the entire world trembled slightly, causing countless earthquakes. Many of the heaven chosen that participated in the trial were instantly alerted. They all looked in the direction of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and muttered, "Young Emperor." Chapter 108. After the vision of the young emperor appeared behind Wang Wei, Dong Hao suddenly felt like the environment around him changed, as if he went from one heaven and earth to another, from one world to another. Then, to his horror, he lost the ability to fly and fell from the sky and landed on the ground, resulting in further severing his injuries. What's even worse was the fact that half of his strength was instantly gone, and he did not know the reason. He guessed that it had to do with the wise sage, but he did not know the specifics. Knowing that death was soon approaching, he wanted to struggle desperately, or better yet, find a way to run away. He tried to use more of his blood essence. Unfortunately, he had already run out, so he just spit more blood from his mouth due to backlash. Wang Wei could guess the thought of Dong Hao. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. After using the pseudo-domain of his young emperor title to prevent Dong Hao from escaping through the air, he mobilized most of his origin chi and used the Dragon Sovereign Fist. A mighty dragon appeared that headed straight towards Dong Hao and roared into the heavens. The sound traveled throughout the entire city and echoed throughout heaven. All the citizens immediately felt an instinctive fear, just like a higher life form looking down at a lower one. It was a fear hidden deep in their blood and soul from their ancestors when they faced the wrath of a superior life form. This dragon did not attack. Instead released a supreme and noble aura that demands that all life form bow down to it. Suddenly, Dong Hao felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him, preventing him from moving. He struggled with all his strength, but it did not work. So, he immediately detonated the origin essence in his body to try to resist, but it was to no avail. No matter how he struggled, he could not move. Meanwhile, after the first attack, Wang Wei rushed towards him to end this battle with one last blow. A few meters before arriving, Dong Hao burned out his soul in order to increase his strength in a moment of desperation. He opened his mouth with difficulty and a sword appeared. The sword became massive and an unpredictable heaviness could be seen from it. It rushed towards Wang Wei with tremendous speed, leaving a golden trail behind it. Wang Wei then muttered a few words to use an origin ability. Although Wang Wei usually does not use spells in battle, does not mean that he does not know any of them. As a person who likes to be prepared for any occasion, he has studied spells extensively back in the sect in order to know how to respond when encountering them in battle. After his incantation, a bright yellow flame appeared in front of him and melted the rushing sword in just an instant. Without pause, he rushed towards Dong Hao and threw a punch. Following which, A tiger with intense killing intent appeared and rushed forwards. The tiger turned into a red light and penetrated Dong Hao's body without any resistance. The light destroyed his heart, then pierced his back, leaving a massive hole visible to the naked eyes on his chest. Dong Hao looked at the hole with his one remaining eye, sighed and fell down on the floor, blood splashing all over the ground. Wang Wei gazed at Dong Hao's body on the floor and also sighed. This was the first true opponent he had since he started cultivating and the first true, life and death, battle he experienced in his life. All the fights he previously had were essentially either competitions or trials with safety mechanisms that can save his life at any moment. And Dong Hao was the first opponent that truly tried to kill him at all cost. Although this opponent did not bring out his full power during the fight, he still learned a great deal of things. He learned that most cultivators will fight desperately when they are cornered and about to die. They can use all kinds of means to boost their fighting strength during battles, just like Dong Hao used his essence blood to increase his attack power. In future battles, Wang Wei will use all his strength to prevent his enemies from having the time or ability from using these methods. And if he fails to do this, he will always be on guard for desperate counterattacks from them when they are driven on the edge of despair. After summarizing his gains in this battle, he waved his hand to create a deep hole. Then he placed Dong Hai's body in it, creating a burial site. He placed a headstone made of rocks and inscribed on it, "Here lies Dong Hao, a loyal man to his family even in death, and a worthy and respectable opponent that fought to his last breath." After doing this, he stepped in the air with rapid speed and returned to the city. By the time he reached the royal palace, Li Jun had already captured all the people inside and was waiting for his return. Wang Wei then entered the throne room where he saw many people bound by chains and kneeling on the ground. He ignored them before heading to a golden chair with many engraving of dragons on them. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sat on the dragon throne. Suddenly, he felt that he was all-powerful, that he could control the lives of billions of people in this kingdom, that his words were absolute and no one dared to disobey it. The power was quite intoxicating. However, after a very brief moment, he shook this feeling off his mind. Compared to the supreme throne of a great emperor that stands above the Tao itself, what is this mundane throne? After thinking about these things for a moment, Wang Wei then looked at the Thai people kneeling on the floor. He first took notice of a middle-aged man dressed in yellow dragon robe with a crown on his top knot hair. The man exuded the temperament of a person in high position, however, he was not looking too good. Many of the direct line of the royal family were captured and brought to meet him. However, Wang Wei was still a little confused when he saw Princess Dong Lifan also kneeling on the ground, although she was the only one not in Chan. As such, Wang Wei asked her directly, "Princess, what is the meaning of your actions?" After being called upon, the princess did not get up. Instead, she placed her forehead on the ground and said, "I plead for your majesty to leave a way out for the royal family." As soon as she said this, a terrifying killing intent appeared in the room directed towards her. It was from Li Jun. He looked at Princess Dong Lifan as if he wanted to stab her directly with his spear. Despite the uncomfortable feeling she felt from the killing intent, she still insisted on her words, "Your Majesty the wise sage, on account of all the merits that I have made to your cause, please give the royal family a way to survive." Wang Wei waved his hand and Li Jun put away his killing intent. He then looked at the princess and responded, "Princess, no, they'll just call you Dong Lifan from now on. If it was before, I would have granted your wish. However, after what happened in Bless Wing City, there is no room for negotiation with this matter." Dong Lifan sighed after hearing this, not too surprised by the outcome. She had heard about how her royal father used poison to attack and kill an entire city. She was also furious when she received the news. However, she still wanted to try to save some people. After a brief moment, Dong Lifan then said, "At the very least, can your majesty spare my mother and little sister? They are both innocent and did not take part in the political decisions of the kingdom." Wang Wei then started thinking for a few seconds, then he asked, "Can you promise that they will live an ordinary life without having any thoughts that they should not have?" After saying this, Wang Wei released his killing intent this time. Dong Lifan felt a suffocating breathing slowly squeezing the life out of her, then she immediately nodded as guarantee. She understood the warning that Wang Wei was given to her. After seeing her nod in agreement, he removed his killing intent and waved his hand to dismiss her. I will believe your words for now. Well, you can fulfill your side of our deal. Dong Lifan sighed and stood from the floor with a forehead that had a slight bruise on it. She looked at her father and left the room. Meanwhile, the sovereign of this kingdom did not speak even a single word throughout the whole interaction. Even when he heard of his daughter's betrayal, he did not flinch or say anything. Wang Wei admired his firm determination. This was a man who accepted defeat and death like a true king, a true ruler. 3 days after the fall of the Eastern Rain Kingdom, all the members of the royal kingdom except for 2 of them were publicly executed. A vision formation was used to broadcast the entire process throughout the entire kingdom. Former Princess Dong Lifan, who was very loved by the people due to her altruism and kindness, made a speech denouncing all the crimes that the royal family committed. She then reassured the citizens of the kingdom that they would be in good hands when the new dynasty was established. She reassured them their lives will be much better from now on. Chapter 109. A few days after the execution of the royal family, someone came to visit him in the Dragon Throne Room. It was Zheng Yi from the Noble Alliance. The past few days have been quite stressful for him due to the fact the wise sage never mentioned their agreements. Even if he did not immediately attack the nobles, they were still under great pressure. After seeing Wang Wei on the dragon chair, he bowed more than 90 degrees and said, "Long live your majesty. May your cultivation rise and be able to live for eternity." Wang Wei looked at him with calm eyes, then he waved his hand and said, "You may rise." Then, Zheng Yi lifted his body to make eye contact with Wang Wei and addressed the reason for his visit. "Your Majesty, I wonder whether our agreement is still valid?" "Of course, as long as you people choose the group of nobles that need to be made an example with, everything is still the same." Zheng Yi sighed a relief after hearing this, then he further asked, "Then, when can we sign the soul contract?" "There is no need for that," answered Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "Since you guys believed me to be a man of my words, then continue to strengthen this belief." Zheng Yi frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything else about this topic. He bowed again and said, "Then, I shall bring your words to the Noble Alliance." After the brief conversation, Zheng Yi was dismissed and returned to inform the Noble Alliance of the result. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sneered at these nobles. If it was not the fact that he still needed them to temporarily stabilize his future dynasty, he would have killed them long ago. Unfortunately for him, this kingdom is very similar to Middle-earth's ancient time from his past life when it comes to societal structure. Most knowledge is kept in the hands of these nobles, and they go to extreme length to keep the common people ignorant, uneducated, and uninformed. After reviewing the situation of the previous kingdom, Wang Wei discovered that more than 95% of officials throughout the entire kingdom are related to the nobles' families one way and another. This is one of the reasons that the Noble Alliance is not to worry about the change of dynasty. Because whoever is the winner will still need their help if they want to govern the dynasty properly. Because they are the true controller of this land, and this has been the case for countless generations and will remain the same for countless years to come. As for the remaining 5%, they are composed of a few scholars with upright morale that refuse to associate with the nobles due to their corrupt behaviors. However, the fate of the remaining 5% was actually quite bleak. All of them were suppressed, killed, or exiled far away from the capital by the Noble Alliance. Wang Wei's next step of action is to promote the people from these 5%, cultivate a group of capable people as soon as possible while he slowly cut off the tentacles of the Noble Alliance from his dynasty. Duke Zheng Mansion. After his meeting with His Majesty Wang Wei, Zheng Yi returned home to his family and reported to the patriarch of the result. Duke Zheng Yong was a middle-aged man in the Divine Altar realm, also the current patriarch of the Zheng clan. After receiving the report, he frowned and started thinking about his next course of action. It seems that this new emperor really wants to do something to our families, muttered Zheng Yong. So what do we do now? The plan has backfired on us, asked Marquis Lengzan, who was sitting next to the Duke. I think it's best to follow the agreement, then let our families lay low for a while. After all, we all know that these extraterrestrial demons will eventually leave this world when their trials are over, responded Viscount Chonglu. And I don't believe that His Majesty would dare to blatantly kill us with all the power that we have in this kingdom. The other two people nodded in agreement. Then Marquis Lengzan suddenly asked, So which family are we going to sacrifice this time? Immediately, the room became silent with only the sound of breathing and slurping being heard. After taking a sip of his tea, Duke Zheng Yong said with a smile, It seemed that His Majesty wanted to cause infighting among our alliance and divide us using this method. What a scheming emperor! From the information I gathered, he is less than 100 years old. If only my son had half, no, a quarter of his abilities. After sighing for more than 10 seconds, the Duke continued, There is no need to argue about this. We can take this opportunity to get rid of the other two Duke households. However, we cannot let this new emperor think that we are easy to bully. The next day, Wang Wei was having a meeting with many of the ministers that are under his control. He was making plans for the establishment of the new dynasty. Then, someone informed that advisor Zhao Feng asked for a meeting. After nodding, Zhao Fenf entered the room with some new information. He informed everyone how the Noble Alliance brought over all the family members of Duke Qiu and Duke Yun. They also brought many space rings with countless wealth in them. There were countless gold, silver, jade, jewelry, and land deeds to countless properties. However, what was weird was the fact that a woman flying brought these things over. Furthermore, immediately afterward, the woman destroyed a building next to the royal palace. After hearing this, the room became silent and many people started thinking. One person suddenly asked, Excuse me, what does the Noble Alliance mean by this? It's a message, or to be precise, a warning, answered Li Jun with a frown on his face. Message? Warning? What kind of warning? It is to tell us that the final card of their family is actually also a supernatural realm cultivator, responded another voice. This time it was Wang Wei who explained. However, the minister who asked the question was still somewhat confused, so he continued to ask, Your Majesty, you have proven that you are way more powerful than any cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, so why would they use this method to warn us? It makes no sense. I am indeed more powerful than cultivators in that realm. However, one of my biggest flaws is the fact that I cannot fly as easily and as fast as them in the air. As long as cultivators in that realm decide to run away, I cannot guarantee that I can prevent them from doing so. And if one of these supernatural realm cultivators decided to hide and use guerrilla tactics and randomly attacked the citizens in the different cities located throughout our vast territory, there is nothing I can do about it. Immediately, the minister realized the importance of this warning. Given how these nobles do not give a damn about ordinary people, it is highly likely that they would use such a method. Yan Liling suddenly added to the conversation. The tactic of the Noble Alliance is actually quite brilliant. They used the deal we made with them to get rid of both Duke Qiu and Duke Yun household, two nobles clans that were secretly raised by the previous ruler to balance the rising power of the three most powerful and ancient noble clan in the Eastern Reign Kingdom, the Zheng, Chang, and Leng clan. By doing this and handing over their wealth, they showed an act of submission to the new dynasty, while at the same time, they also sent a powerful cultivator to deliver these things as a threat and deterrent, thus securing their place and status for the future. Essentially hitting two birds with one stone. Whoever came up with this idea has quite the tactical mind and political ability. It must have been that old fox Zheng Yong, answered Wang Wei with sneer on his face. From the information I gathered, this old man is the most cunning and vicious of all the nobles. However, it does not matter. I have plenty of time to play these scheming old men. Just wait for me to fully control all the territory of this kingdom, then I will get rid of them. Soon, 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Today was special for the people from the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. A special day because today was the day that a new dynasty will be formally established on the ashes of the former kingdom. In front of the royal place, Wang Wei was wearing a purple dragon robe with a crown on his head. An altar stood in front of him, while countless government officials stood behind him with Dong Lifan being the closest to him. She was wearing a robe with many phoenixes on them and a crown also decorated with phoenixes. She looked breathtakingly beautiful, but also a little nervous. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out an imperial jade carving of a dragon called the Imperial Seal. This was a symbol of imperial power, and also a treasure that condensed the luck of the Fortune dynasty. This one was brought from the Myriad Emperor world specifically for the trial, otherwise he would have to use a less effective one from this world. Wang Wei walked in front of the altar, and in front of billions of people watching both personally or from image formations scattered all over the territory, and said, "Heavenly Tao above, in the past years, I have conquered vast territory, brought peace to this turbulent land, brought food, knowledge and prosperity to the people of this land. Now, I would like to establish a fortune dynasty with the name Great Xia. Please allow it." Originally, Wang Wei wanted to call the dynasty Great Wei after his name, but given the fact there used to be a dynasty with that name, he chose the name of the empire he ruled during the Fourth Pagoda trials instead. After executing the ceremony, Wang Wei suddenly felt a vast and powerful will appeared above the altar. Then the will thoroughly scanned the entire territory under his rule. It checked the size of the territory, the living condition of the people, their happiness and satisfaction with their new ruler. After that, countless golden lights from all the land people came together in the sky to form a golden dragon with 9 claws. The dragon had beautiful and powerful scales all over its body. This dragon was the manifestation of the Great Xia dynasty's luck. This time, it was not only Wang Wei who saw it, but all the citizens of his territory. This is the difference between a fortune dynasty and a regular one, the gathering and manifestation of Qi luck. Immediately afterwards, all the citizens knelt down and said at the same time, long live your majesty to eternity." This sound riveted throughout the entire dynasty, forming a beautiful harmony of heaven and earth. The sound then seemed to blend with the sky. Then many auspicious clouds manifested above the sky, turning the heaven into a golden luster. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon roared into the heaven, then the character for Xia appeared from his mouth, flew over to Wang Wei's hand and turned into a scroll with the words, "Conferred God List," written as a title. He then read the words inscribed on them. Conferred God List, Emperor, Empress, First Consort, Prime Minister, and so on. After reading the title or positions of the list, he frowned after seeing the question marks behind the emperor name. He sighed as he knew that what he feared the most had happened. Chapter 110. Logically speaking, the name after the emperor on the conferred god list should be Wang Wei. However, something went wrong. His luck was supposed to blend in with the luck of the dynasty, however, due to the fact that it had turned black after he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, heaven and earth did not recognize or acknowledge such Qi luck dragon. Wang Wei could feel that the state of his luck was actually quite beneficial to him later on his cultivation path, but there is a high chance that if he left it like that he might receive a crappy talent when he broke into the supernatural realm, as heaven and earth did recognize his existence, or to be precise, his luck. However, Wang Wei was not too worried by this as he already had a plan. He could feel that his luck dragon was special and he needed a specific way to control it. Unfortunately, despite having studied the secret method given by the sect on how to properly control luck, he did not know how to control his own. As such, Wang Wei theorized that as long as he had enough knowledge about luck, he could find a solution to his problem. Before then, he needed to use the scientific method of observing and recording how luck is controlled. As such, he needed a volunteer, a test subject. And he had already found one, Dong Lifan. The reason that he wanted her as his empress was not just because of the need for her to provide his cause with legitimacy, or to use her prestige to calm down the people and increase the people's belonging to the new dynasty. No, all of these reasons were secondary. The main reason was that he needed her to be close to him so that he could observe and study her qi luck for his own benefit. After the founding of the nation ceremony, Wang Wei returned to his throne room with all the officials there waiting. He has been waiting for this day for many years. Although he could have founded a country 2 years ago, however, with the luck he had at that time, the country would have probably turned into a kingdom instead of a dynasty. Wang Wei did not want to go through the process of updating from kingdom to dynasty, so he waited when the territory's luck was enough for the founding nation to be directly elevated to dynasty. Wang Wei then took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal. The purpose of the list is to bless each official on it with the luck of the dynasty. The higher the rank, the more luck they will be blessed with. Luck blessing has many advantages. It can increase the speed of cultivation. For example, Wang Wei as the emperor is the highest official in the kingdom and he has a blessing of 9 times the cultivating speed of a normal person. Then, the Empress Dong Lifan will have at least 8 times the cultivating speed. The different consort and concubines in the palace will have different levels of benefit bonus to their cultivation speed. The same rules applied to other official positions such as Prime Minister or Chancellor. Another benefit that luck provides is the increase in comprehension ability. Although it is not as exaggerated as several times the increase in cultivation speed, the increase is high enough to be easily noticeable, especially for the people of this world who have low talent. As long as you have a high position in the dynasty, you can still cultivate to higher realms without having to be hindered by innate talent. As for Wang Wei's group, a high position made it easier for them to absorb the luck they needed for this trial. After taking the list, Wang Wei began to officially seal different people in different positions. He first sealed Dong Lifan as the empress. Immediately afterward, she felt that the world around her was more clear. The blood qi inside her body seemed to move faster and more easily. After Dong Lifan, Wang Wei began to seal his group into different positions. In order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei combined many different political systems from his past life. He divided all the officials into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. Then, he created a cabinet that helped him share the burden of governing the world. In the cabinet, only officials grade 3 and above are allowed to enter. Also, there were 3 grade 1 positions in the cabinet. Yan Liling served as the chancellor, in charge of the overall political situations of the entire dynasty. Furthermore, as an alchemist, she is also responsible for the logistics of the dynasty, like taking care of the spiritual gardens, procuring new spiritual medicines, and refining pills for the entire dynasty. In fact, Yan Liling had an overwhelming amount of power in the Great Xia dynasty. If it was any other ordinary kingdom or dynasty, the emperor would never allow one person to wield so much power. Unfortunately, for the 4 of them, this dynasty is nothing but a trial and no one really cares about such things as power and control. Another grade 1 position was the Grand Commandant, which was Li Jun's official position. He was in charge of the entire dynasty's military power, from recruitment to funding to military deployment. Wang Wei basically gave all the military power to Li Jun and decided to be lazy. Of course, this was due to the trust he had in Li Jun and the fact that a large military did not play a big role to cultivators like him in this world. With his strength, he could single-handedly destroy an army of more than 1 million soldiers. After his position was established in the conferred god list, Li Jun did feel the increase in cultivation speed, although just slightly. In fact, this made sense. The 8 times increase in cultivation speed is based on the average people of this world. To a talented person like Li Jun, this has little to no effect on him. Not to mention that his cultivation was soon reaching the peak that this world allowed. So, the effect was not significant to him or Wang Wei and Yan Liling. However, Li Jun did benefit from the increase in his comprehension ability. He smiled happily as he could use less time to understand the heaven fighting scripture. The last grade 1 position was called by Wang Wei as the Grand Censorate and was given to Wang Ju. Just like the name implied, this was a position in charge of secretly monitoring both the officials of the dynasty and people from foreign dynasties. This position can be called the Eye of the Emperor. Of all the 3 grade 1 positions, This was the one that Wang Wei placed the most heavy emphasis on. He used Wang Just's spying ability to monitor all the corruption in his territory and eliminate them. As Wang Wei's purpose is to gather luck, he needed his territory to be free from corruption so that the people's heart can be at peace, and thus stabilizing the luck of the dynasty. Additionally, he needs to be informed of what is going on in different dynasties to prepare for future war. The fastest way to increase luck is to conquer more land and increase the territory of the dynasty. After sealing the three of them for their position, Wang Wei spent a few hours sealing other people as well. The whole process took quite some time, then a meeting to report the situation of the dynasty occurred. The Minister of Agriculture stepped to the front and kowtowed in the ground. "I have failed your Majesty's expectation. The grains that you asked me to cultivate have failed." Wang Wei frowned and said, "You can get up. Give me your report on the process." After hearing this, the minister stood up and handed a document and seed to someone on the side, who then handed it to Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei hated these tedious processes, but he also knew that it is something necessary to act with certain decorum in formal occasions. Since he is the emperor of a dynasty, it is considered ungentlemanly or impolite to directly receive something directly from his subject. After receiving the paper, he started reading the paper. After conquering the Eastern Rain Kingdom 2 years ago, Wang Wei started to focus heavily on 2 topics, one of which was agriculture. In order to be able to feed the whole kingdom, he spread knowledge on how to properly cultivate the land. Of course, he did not stop there. After giving the people enough time to adapt to these methods, Wang Wei began to use scientific methods to farm. Of course, Wang Wei did not have access to technology from his past life even with his eidetic memory. However, he was still a relatively powerful refiner and array master. As such, he created many puppets to replace manual labor in farms. He created formations to regulate temperature, humidity, and pH of plants. He worked with Yen Liling to create pills that can replace chemical fertilizers. In simple words, Wang Wei used the power of cultivation to revolutionize the daily lives of ordinary people. Of course, many cultivators complained, but Wang Wei used both force and rewards to encourage these people to do the job he wanted them to do. As for the failure that the Minister of Agriculture spoke of, it was because Wang Wei asked his department to use the concept of hybridization to cultivate specific grains that can grow rapidly solely based on the amount of spiritual qi in the environment. The specific crop would be able to absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to accelerate the rate that it grows and mature. If the process had succeeded, Wang Wei would set up a spirit gathering array, then plant these seeds and watch as they grow exponentially rapidly, thus increasing the amount of food for the entire dynasty. If he succeeded, he would have accomplished something incredible. Imagine an entire dynasty, no, an entire world free from hunger and starvation due to abundant food and nourishment. This would be quite extraordinary. After reading the paper and analyzing the failed product, Wang Wei sighed for a while before starting to think to himself. It seemed that the laws of science do not really apply to the cultivation world, or at least, not 100%. And maybe I am way over my head. I should think that it would not be easy to make such a heaven-defying thing. What I tried to do was essentially turning something rotten into something magical. Maybe, only a great emperor who cultivates the Tao of good fortune could create such a magical seed that can change the course of an entire civilization. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.